Sorry. think we'll get started. So, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the March 9th regular meeting of the Oregon Transportation Commission. Welcome to those here in Salem in the room today and all those participating remotely. I'm going to defer my comments until after the public comments. So I think we'll just move right to the public comments. And I want to start with, we have one in-person commenter, Bob Courtwright. So Bob, if you're ready. Apparently recording is in progress. And want to welcome you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm Bob Courtwright. I'm here today representing 350 Salem. You should have a letter in the packet. I wanted to make two quick comments about climate items on your agenda. First, we'd ask that you direct the department to conduct a broad public review of the STS monitoring report. The report, which has not been released yet, claims that we're essentially on track to meet our emission goals. While the state's made progress, we're concerned that a lot of the key actions that are needed in the transportation sector, actions that have been called for in the STS for the last decade, are way behind. You and other policymakers need a complete and well-documented assessment of where we are to inform additional actions to fill the gap. Accordingly, we think the department should put out the details of its analysis to the public and to stakeholders to make sure it's accurate and that it helps build consensus about both where we are and what we need to do to fill the gap. Second, you should use this information to guide the update of the Oregon Transportation Plan. As our letter explains, despite 10 years of work, existing plans fall well short of achieving the key outcomes called for in the OTP, reducing vehicle miles of travel per capita, and doubling or tripling the share of trips that are made by walking, cycling, and transit. Existing plans will make only marginal progress. And these are plans that go out to 2045. The draft plan won't correct this problem because it's really silent about the scale of reductions in VMT and mode shift that are needed. Again, we need to double or triple the share of trips that are made by walking, cycling, and transit and reduce VMT by 20%. So those should be clearly included in the OTP. The draft plan won't correct this. This is a recipe for an OTP that doesn't make progress in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So again, hope you'll make those changes as you go forward.
Thank you. Since we have Bob here, any questions for him or his comments?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Byer.
Trying to get this thing to work.
Yeah, it's working.
Now it's off.
Now it's off. This is your key.
Anyway. I can't get it to work.
There, it's on now.
Okay. No, there it is.
It's up here at the top.
Bob, I appreciate your concern and at least my history, I think, speaks for itself, but I've been working hard for climate issues. But the dilemma that I always see is we can make it easier for people to walk or bike or whatever. And we can make it, I don't know that we can make it easier for them to drive, but the issue is really self-determination. And I guess I'm a little skeptical. I've come to believe that people are going to continue to do what they do, what they want to do. And it's very hard to make that change. That's more of a societal attitude issue rather than something that I think the department can do directly on that. We can make it easier, but my kind of comment or perspective is that I think as we move to less environmental damaging cars, EVs or whatever, that people will continue to drive because they like the freedom of personal mobility. So that's the frustration that I have with the system.
I certainly understand that perspective. I guess I'd say a lot of it has to do with the system that we create and provide, the choices that we give people. Again, 10 years ago, you developed a statewide transportation strategy after a long 2-year effort. It laid out the things that we need to do to accomplish greenhouse gas emission reduction. Other states have gone through similar exercises. Yes, we need to electrify the fleet, but that doesn't get us there in terms of vehicle miles traveled reduction. We really need to change the way we provide options for people if we're going to accomplish that. And I think people do respond when we provide an environment and choices that to driving.
Hope you're right. I'm skeptical.
Thank you very much, Bob.
Thank you. Pleasure to be
This
here
is
first.
just, I think, my impression is uniformly on the commission, we're concerned about moving the needle here, and the question becomes how. And one other factor is the demand on the resources, and that is, both of these are things we're continue to be interested in working on, and we recognize the importance of doing so. Some we have some control over, others we have less control over, but that doesn't diminish the fact this is a very serious issue, and we recognize it as such. So just wanted to end with that for the moment. Thank you for your time. Thank you for coming.
You bet.
So now we'll turn to Joe Courtwright, who I think is on screen. Yeah, Joe, good morning. I finally found the right screen to see you. So welcome, and we look forward to your comments.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner Van Broecklyn and members of the commission. For the record, Joe Courtwright. I'm an economist with City Observatory in Portland. I want to talk about the fiduciary responsibility of the Transportation Commission. I think OTC and ODOT are moving headlong into a financial crisis. 2 days ago, the senior managers of your agency testified to the legislature that essentially two things are true. One, our revenue stream is very much in jeopardy, both because of changing driving habits, to which you were just referring, but also due to the fact that our greenhouse gas reduction strategy calls for us to reduce, according to DEQ, gasoline and diesel consumption in the state by 50%. That will dramatically reduce the amount of money that you have to pay for the maintenance of the system. And already, as your staff testified Tuesday, we don't have enough money to maintain the system that we have today. And we have a huge backlog of needs for repaving, seismic repair, bridge repair, safety improvement, bicycle pedestrian improvements, and so on. They run to literally billions of dollars. So at the same time, your revenue system is broken and you have a huge structural deficit in fixing the system we have now. You're embarking on an unprecedented construction spree in the Portland metropolitan area with 3 major freeway expansion projects that will prompt and rely on more and more driving. And all of those projects are essentially out of control. You experienced a 50% increase in the Interstate Bridge Replacement Project to $7.5 billion, 100% increase in the Abernathy Bridge Project to $500 million, a 300% increase in the Rose Quarter Project to $1.45 billion. And I would say, even though your staff likes to blame inflation for that, their own inflation indices show a marginal increase in inflation over the next decade from about 2% a year to maybe 2.5% a year. You just simply aren't controlling costs. These projects are extremely expensive. And the legislature was asked on Tuesday how they would be paid for in the face of the declining revenue. And they were told 2 things. There's $30 million a year in House Bill 2017, which is true and was marginally enough maybe for about one of those projects, about $500 million. But you've since expanded that pool to what that will be applied to include all these projects. And then we're told that we'll have tolling. And while I believe tolling is a logical thing to do, you haven't done the due diligence that you need to do to know whether an untested system of tolling, one with which this department has no experience either operating or projecting the revenues for, will be adequate to provide the funding for these projects. And in fact, when you toll these projects, you will suddenly discover there is much less demand for roadways. And that's been the experience throughout the United States. And agencies like yours have consistently overestimated the amount of revenue they can expect from tolling. And that means once you embark on these projects and sell those bonds, you'll be further jeopardizing the financial situation of the state of Oregon. And the thing that your department has assiduously put off doing is the very simple due diligence step of conducting an investment grade analysis, having an independent third party verify the toll revenue estimates. And I just have to say at this point, it's just simply reckless to embark on these expenditures without doing that very simple step. The final point that I'll make is you're essentially moving headlong into this financial crisis by using short-term borrowing to get these projects started. And I know the legislature authorized this last time, but again, you have a fiduciary responsibility to ask whether this makes sense. You've approved the equivalent of a $600 million payday loan against future gas tax revenues to start up a bunch of capital projects that you don't know how you're going to pay for. And what I want to suggest is it's time for this commission to call a timeout, to take a close look at the financial situation, the cost of all these projects, and ask whether any of this is feasible or sustainable. That is your fiduciary responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate your comments. So we're going to move next to Elizabeth Super. I think this is a comment on Highway 26, if I understand it correctly.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I've never done this as a panelist, so I appreciate your time. I'm a mother of 2 teenagers and actually a pediatrician here in Portland, Oregon. And I am just really asking and begging the panel to take a look at the safety corridor on Highway 26 going east from Sandy to Government Camp. This corridor is heavily used during the winter season for those kind of partaking in the winter activities. And unfortunately, there's been fatal crashes this year. And that's what prompted me to write into the panel. On February 26, there was a car of 6 with 2 24-year-olds who fatally crashed on Highway 26. And really, it was the road conditions that were implicated. The Subaru crashed into an ODOT snowplow. And so I'm really asking the panel to take a very, very close look at the safety conditions. I'm not an expert on traffic. I'm not an expert on the environmental impacts of de-icing and more salt on the road, but this has really come to a head this season with the increased use in this corridor because so many people are heading up to Mount Hood. I think traveling in other states, I see that the roads are maintained better and there is increased safety. And this is not just the awful effects of the fatal crash, but I'm typically up there every weekend and there are crashes, spin outs, many things going on that cause significant impact. So I appreciate the panel taking a look at this safety issue.
Thank you very much for your comments. And certainly safety is critical on the system and something we have focused a lot of attention and will continue to. So, but we really appreciate hearing from you on that. I think we may have a final commenter. Okay, it was unclear, but apparently she's here. Stephanie Leary. Good morning, Stephanie.
Hi, I'm calling today. Thank you for having me, by the way. Good morning. And I'm commenting today on the public safety of, they were talking about reducing speed limits because of people getting hit in the street. And I'm talking more about just the downtown areas, not the highways out of town or anything like that. But in my experience, pedestrians need a little bit of to take a little responsibility for themselves as well, like looking both ways before they cross the street. And in my experience, it never happens. Like my family and I will comment when we actually do see someone look both ways before walking into the street, and it just doesn't happen. People at night wearing dark colored clothing also will just walk out into the street. They just wait for the light to turn green and just take a step out. And Often there's a lot of close calls. Like I've had to slam on the brakes as well from people walking out. And I think already people don't obey the speed limit. So definitely people should obey the speed limits that are already there. But reducing them, I don't think is going to help the accidents that are happening around where people are just getting hit. I would like people to be told things that possibly their parents should have told them as a child, like look both ways before you walk into the street. Just because you have the right of way doesn't necessarily mean you should walk. But that's all I have to say today.
Okay, thank you very much for coming. And as I mentioned, those are certainly, safety is certainly a critical issue, and it's complex, and it's differentiated by situation, circumstances, whether we're in a rural, suburban, exurban, urban setting. And we have to work with local governments, of course, which have a lot to do with how various parts of the state are regulated, particularly the 200 cities in the state and 36 counties. So appreciate your comments and thank you for coming.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Byer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I completely agree with you on both points. I think people do drive too fast in the cities. One of the things that the legislature did do, and I believe it was 2022, was pass a bill granting cities the authority to adjust the speed limits. They're much closer to the issues in urban areas than we are, you know, with the statewide perspective for the urban areas. The other one is it just always dismays me when I drive around at nighttime. I'm frankly very concerned because I'm always looking, because there's a lot of people out there who aren't thinking, wearing dark clothing and stepping right out in front of you. So I'm not sure what we can do about that. You know, I think people need to take care of themselves, but thank you for raising the issue. Safety is a big deal.
Yeah, just like when a long time ago when no one wore seatbelts and all of a sudden there were billboards and ads everywhere. Buckle up. If it was something, you know, to that effect, just reminding people like you need to look out for yourself as well. That's all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. So maybe I'll just segue into my comments briefly. And we've already heard it this morning. Clearly, the department and the commission have a lot on their plate. And this has been obvious for a long time. And we've had comments this morning about our financial condition and fiduciary obligations, climate, safety. There's a long list. That's only the beginning. Maintenance and repair. We talk about this whenever we talk about the STIP, for example, and we have had long discussions about how to balance finite, very finite resources and resources that are in some cases plateauing or declining, and how we transition to other new sources like tolling, like VMT, road user charge kinds of mechanisms. So all of that is on our plate, and we're attempting to work through a large set of complex matters related to all of that. I also want to mention a couple of things that are kind of more immediate and specific that since our last meeting have come up. One is the subject of DMV suspensions and restrictions and their timeliness, and when the record ought to be changed, and the intergovernmental or interjurisdictional between various state departments, at least, nature of that issue. And I know from speaking privately with members of the commission, there's broad concern about whether or not, about the exposure potentially, and about the need to have a system that is working effectively so that people are not being pulled over by law enforcement and asked that we're working with dated information, basically. So that is something we're going to be talking further about in the near term, including hopefully today. And a similar issue is what we're doing on our ADA compliance program and how that is working and ensuring that we are continuing to be up to speed as a commission on that. So those are two things that I have noticed and others on the commission have noticed as being adds to the list, frankly. And so I just want to mention that we are aware of them and we are working on them so that people know that. And I guess I'd invite Commissioner Smith or Commissioner Byer to add anything they might like on those matters. So I'd open that. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree. And I particularly think a high priority for the department and this commission is to get a solution to the mismatch between data about driving while suspended status for people. It's a solution that has to happen quickly. And I would like to have a high priority on that, regardless of how we got here. Let's fix it.
Anything to add? Okay. So with that, I think I'll turn to the director's report. And Chris, I'd encourage you on those last topics or any others that have been raised this morning that you want to make a comment on in your director report. Some of them will come up in the course of today's agenda or our upcoming agenda in May. So floor is yours. And then I do want to get through the consent agenda as part of this next item. So
Perfect. Thank you, sir. I will take a pause before I ask for approval of the consent after my remarks, but maybe starting with, well, I suppose I should start with, for the record, Chris Strickler, Director of the Oregon Department of Transportation. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity. Starting with really the issues that you raised, but even one step above that, which is you probably heard me say before, and I've said to our team, in our industry, we've long had a bias towards the things that we do and the things that we create and the things that we build, right? And those are still important elements of the transportation system, whether it's the transportation system that you're moving on or the transportation system that is regulatory and compliant based that allows you the access. And we're shifting, not just as an agency, but as an industry towards the bias towards people. This is about people, and it's about the connection for people and what we can offer and what kind of service we can provide in that customer service aspect. So to the two topics that you mentioned, we feel the exact same way. We'll have more conversation about those as we go throughout the day. Clearly, government needs to work for Oregonians. We're focused on that. Our team is focused on that. And as you suggest, Commissioner Smith, we are looking forward to remedy just as quickly as possible any of those, I'll call them gaps, because they could be gaps that are small, they could be gaps that are large, and either way, they are gaps that we need to fill. Everything that we do touches the lives of all Oregonians. And again, one of the things about working in the transportation sector that is so appealing is that you have access to literally everybody in your state. One of the things that makes it difficult is understanding everybody's unique circumstances that apply to that. And so, as I mentioned, and as you mentioned, we do need more conversation, and we also need to step up a bit of our communication to you so that as we're having these conversations, you hear them in real time, as opposed to waiting for the summary in a meeting like this or a moment like this. So I hear you and appreciate that. Moving on to a few of the other remarks, some of them are actually connected to that, frankly, and it has to do with one of the commenters that you heard in response to winter storms. You heard the tragic outcome of one of the events during the snowstorm, and that's absolutely devastating, not just to the families involved, but also to our team and the staff and those that are connected to it. And so my heart goes out to them. As you look at the enormity or the overall impact of what was the second largest snowfall in Portland's history since 1943 or 45, something like that. Long before my time, I'll just put it that way. It was significant. And I would say that I think our ground crews responded really, really well in a really tough situation. Through that effort, though, there's always opportunity to look at an after action and say, what could we have done better? And that's across the board. And so we're working on that now, and we'll have that report for the commission as well. A couple of things just to flag just what our crews were dealing with. 4 plows were hit, 1 IR truck was hit throughout the process. Again, they're out there in the mix with the traveling public, really trying to make the movement of people and goods available, even during a snow event like that. We ended up with hundreds of abandoned vehicles on the system, over 450 down trees on 101. So this really was a significant impact. And I would say across the whole state, but really it hit acutely in the Portland and the coastal areas. We were staffed with over 58 maintenance staff immediately, another 40 mobilized from other areas of Region 1 just to go to the Portland region alone. So it can give you an indication of just how we were trying to mobilize to really get in front of what was actually hitting us in about a 4-hour span. And then finally, we called on favors. We called our friends in Washington. They helped us with some of this. And then as things, I wouldn't say settled down, but as they became a little more manageable throughout the weekend, our crews were also dispatching roadway graders, which, you know, for an engineer or for a construction crew or maintenance crew, that means something when you're sending a grader onto a paved facility. And we dispatched roadway graders into the Portland area to help the city of Portland manage their effort as well by Saturday. So it really wasn't all hands on deck. But I do want to mention, again, as similar to where I started, I think the crews responded really well as it relates to the on-the-ground response. And I think it was a significant event, and we're learning a lot from it. And that after action is going to be helpful as we go forward into the future. Switching topics to the interstate bridge and a recent visit that I had in Washington, D.C. to talk about funding and needs and support from our friends in USDOT. So I had the benefit of meeting with several members as well as with USDOT to talk about the interstate bridge and say we are in process. We are moving forward. We're having conversations legislatively to recognize the need and continue to move forward with the Oregon funding portion of the I-5 bridge. I will just note, and this sounds like a very similar update you've had from me before. So what we expected when we went in was what we got, which was very supportive USDOT, both on the federal highway and federal transit side, and anxiously awaiting to see what we do to fund the Oregon portion since they know the Washington funding is there. We heard really positive leans towards the federal grant programs that might be an opportunity for that program and that project. And so we were heartened to hear that support. And clearly we left them with the understanding that we know we still have some work to do. And then the last topic that I would bring up is another event that we had the opportunity, or I had the opportunity to represent our agency for AASHTO. So AASHTO is our organization of the 50 plus, and I say plus because there are some territories there as well, CEOs across the country. But one of the efforts that the AASHTO community has been talking about was how do we increase equity in infrastructure? A couple of members of AASHTO, as well as some past leadership of USDOT, they've convened to create an opportunity that is the Equity in Infrastructure Project. I'm happy to report that we signed on to that. We are one of 13 states to sign on to that as part of the ceremony at AASHTO. And it really does a couple of things. And I want to read a little bit of what they do and what we will be doing as an agency as we march forward, consistent with what the strategic action plan and your leadership has guided us towards. So take an equity and infrastructure project pledge is the first step towards reimagining and redesigning programs, practices, and policies to help build generational wealth for historically underutilized businesses in the infrastructure sector that seek to do business with your agency. We've been hard at work in many of those efforts for several years, and we're getting better as we really employ new strategies as an agency. A couple of the things in the pledge, though, that I wanted to note: increasing the number, size, and proportion of contracting opportunities going to historically underutilized businesses. Turn the page. increasing the number, size, and proportion of contracting opportunities going to historically underutilized businesses as prime contractors. So not just on the work itself, but increasing the prime opportunity. Streamlining the administration of contracting to centralize certification, improve payment time, and standardized, transparent data collection. A lot of that we already have in motion and will continue to improve upon. Only two more, increase the amount and type of appropriate financing available to HEBs aiming to meet the infrastructure contracts by working, with private and public partners. And then pledge to expand the number of signatories to this pledge. We are part of the collective on the West Coast where all of us have signed on. But again, there's 13 states across the country that have signed on to this pledge, and we're excited about the work that's in front of us. So, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, with that is my report.
Do you have any questions? Any questions? Okay. Thank you very much for your comments, and it's an ongoing discussion on several topics, several levels. So we appreciate your trip to DC and what you're. I know, Chris, you're working on a very long list of things right now, so I appreciate it.
Great team.
We all appreciate it, and everyone that you work with at the agency, particularly the leadership team, but the rank and file as well. So the entire department is working hard, I know. I guess we're ready for the consent.
All right. And thank you for those comments, Mr. Chair. We are propped up by a great group of people working hard for Oregonians. So thank you for that. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, at this point, request a motion for approval of the consent agenda items 1 through 9, noting that one of those items has one of our first meetings outside of this facility and outside of Zoom in Pendleton in July. So starting to get back out.
Going to the sunny side of the state.
Yes, thanks for coming over to the east side.
Motion for approval of the consent agenda.
Move approval of consent agenda items 1 through 9.
Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Byer. Any comments or questions? If not, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Passes. Thank you very much. Okay. We will move to our next item, which is item D. And welcoming Leah Horner to our executive team at the agency, welcoming her back. When I first joined the commission, Leah was at ODOT. So welcome, Leah. Saw you in the parking lot this morning. So it was a deja vu moment, and welcome. So floor is yours.
Thank you. I also don't know how to work the microphone.
You're
Good.
on.
Okay, good. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. As indicated, my name is Leah Horner, and I am the new Assistant Director for Operations here at ODOT. I've been here for 3 weeks in this role, trying to get my feet under me. I will say it's a little surreal. The last time I was in this commission room talking to the commission was when we were rolling out the implementation for House Bill 2017. And I remember very clearly kind of what our project plan, our colorful project plan chart looked like and how to kind of move some of those pieces forward. So it's exciting to be back. It's very exciting to kind of see where the agency has been and where we are headed. I very much appreciate a lot of the work that has been done in the strategic action plan in correlation with the pieces that the agency has been working on over the last couple of years and really where we're headed as a whole. I will say that I come to you most recently from the Office of Governor Kate Brown, where I served as her Jobs and Economy Policy Advisor, as well as her Director of Regional Solutions. The last year of the administration, I served as her infrastructure director, which really piggybacks on a lot of what Director Strickler was indicating around some of the federal opportunities that have come from the IIJA. And I had the opportunity to work both with the National Governors Association as well as the White House in how the implementation of a lot of those pieces were rolling out. So being able to kind of see it from the other side now is also very exciting. I also served as her deputy chief of staff for the last 6 months of her administration, which also gave me a very kind of high level and broad perspective on all of the things that were out there. And just knowing that I always had kind of that transportation lens on just about everything that we were doing in her office. So I very much appreciate being back here. I very much look forward to the work that we have ahead of us. I will say, and no offense to any of the other agencies that I've worked out, but the caliber of employees in this agency is unparalleled in state government. And it is such an honor to be back here to work with those folks and to be able to really put words to action. So I just appreciate that and would be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners?
Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome. Glad to have you.
Thank you.
We look forward to the road ahead, Leah, and your involvement. I do want to say, I hope you have got Cooper's cell phone on your short list. Because you're succeeding someone that we all, I think, believe did an exceptional job in a new role or a altered role from where it was when you were here before. So Cooper is a person to keep in contact with because he knows a lot about the evolution of the position and the responsibilities. So I know you know him, and he is a good person to have in our larger group of people that we rely on. Although I'm sure he doesn't want to be too heavily relied on.
And I will say, Mr. Chair, that I have talked to Cooper as well as a few other folks who have a lot of history with the agency, which with some perspective, which has been really helpful.
Yeah.
So,
Thanks again.
thank you.
Okay, we are going to move to a climate office update. Suzanne Carlson is here, who leads our climate office. She's director of that office. Welcome, Suzanne.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Van Brockland, Commissioners. Suzanne Carlson, Climate Office Director. Did I mess you up? Do you want me to move seats? So just here with my standing Climate Office update, just a couple items to cover today. Go ahead, next slide. We'll be talking about the e-micromobility report. As you recall, we did a transportation electrification infrastructure needs analysis, and we've done a couple follow-up reports to that. One was the hydrogen study, and now we have an electric micromobility paper as well. This was created with engagement with stakeholders and a couple listening sessions, as well as literature review and best practices. So just a quick overview of what you'll find in that report, overview of the industry, the international and local landscape. This is electric mobility has been growing significantly, and that's included in the report. We look at the challenges and barriers to increasing adoption and the trends of adoption right now, and then best practices with recommendations of how to speed adoption of electric micromobility. And given that I'm with the Climate Office, one of the goals there, right, would be to replace other modes of travel with cleaner modes of travel with e-micromobility. Next slide. So what are we talking about? Electric bikes, e-bikes, have a variety of speeds. There's 3 classifications nationally with a little variation about how Oregon defines those in statute, typically up to about 20 miles per hour. E-scooters, and then other micromobility devices, as you see here, skateboards, segways, that type of thing. We did limit our study in the report to smaller vehicles, things like electric go-karts were not included, golf carts were not included, which you sometimes do see. Next slide. So I'll talk a bit about barriers and recommendations. Really, one thing that came out from the report, I would say one of the main findings is that infrastructure is important. And rather than maybe charging infrastructure that you would see with electric cars, the safe infrastructure on the streets is an important barrier that we can address to adoption of e-micromobility. So safe place for people to use these vehicles and to accommodate that variety of speeds that we're starting to see. Charging infrastructure is also important. We're looking more opportunistically to continue to include 110 volt, just regular outlet type charging in places where that makes sense with our programs. We also found that parking could be an infrastructure barrier. So especially for folks living in multifamily housing, they may not have a safe, secure place to store a large vehicle, to get it upstairs, to charge it overnight, that type of thing. So that's something we'd be looking out for as well. Cost is a real and sometimes perceived barrier, certainly more expensive than a typical bicycle, less expensive than a car. So I think there's some ways to support the market to encourage people where it makes sense to be adopting electric bicycles and cargo bikes that might be a replacement for more expensive cars. So solutions in that space would include rebates to individuals. There is a bill being considered now that might do that. We also looked at more of a low income package. So for folks living in multifamily housing, could there be a supportive package that would include some of those parking solutions and charging solutions as well? And then where we have shared mobility systems, looking at the subscription rates and making sure that we consider equity and how people have access to those type of systems. Education is sort of, if you try it, you can become a believer. So looking at programs like bike lending libraries has been a popular idea to get people on these bikes and sort of experiment with how it could work in their lives and what it takes to operate. Data and administrative and policy issues. Won't get too far into that, but data is really with these shared systems, sharing some of that data to local agencies and decision makers so they can better plan and prepare for these type of systems. Administrative might be some cleanups, like the definitions that we use in law are a little different than national. So how can we make the definitions more straightforward so people understand which bike is which and which rules apply, and that type of thing. And then we really did center the report on equity. So what would it take to make sure that we were supporting low income, people of color, and other disadvantaged groups to adopt these e-micromobility solutions. So again, I talked a bit about some of the cost barrier, but also just designing to like a targeted universalism. So the idea that if you design a system for access to maybe the most challenged users, whether that's physical, payment system, that type of thing, and including that in the design of shared mobility systems in particular. Yeah, so I think I mentioned different types of payment systems, physical access, smartphone apps, just making sure that whatever technologies and systems and abilities people have, that they're able to access electric micromobility and shared systems. Next slide. So some of the application and next steps, we released this report in January. As I mentioned, there was a bill introduced that would consider rebates for electric bikes. And so our report was used by some folks involved in that discussion. We weren't not involved in crafting it in any way, but we were able to sort of contribute to that conversation through the report. Also looking at the emerging funding opportunities, some of which you've helped create, that would really focus on the safe infrastructure, as well as some opportunities like carbon reduction program that might fund some of these more creative programmatic sides, and the innovative mobility program could be an opportunity. And then just briefly, we know the public transportation division is also looking at a statewide micromobility strategy. So there's sort of some shared duties, if you will, between Climate Office with electrification and that group that will continue working together going forward. And next slide. So I'm going to shift gears a little bit here. I want to update you on the carbon reduction program. As you'll recall, there's $82 million coming to Oregon from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Comes out in three ways. The transportation management associations get about a third of the funds where they do the project selection. So they're well underway with that. Small urban and rural areas get about a third, and ODOT is doing project selection there. And then with the statewide funds, ODOT is developing those projects, will be scoping and delivering and doing project selection there. We are required to do a carbon reduction strategy as part of this bill. I think Oregon's well on their way. We've got the statewide transportation strategy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. So we've met in consultation with all the MPOs across the state, which is a requirement in the bill as well, in the law, to sort of adapt that strategy and get ready to go forward to submit that to the federal government. And next slide. So this is really where I want to update you that we have opened the call for projects for the small urban and rural program as of March 1st. We've been hosting webinars and office hours, so working together to design what a good and competitive application would look like, and supporting communities in their thinking around the project development. Also within ODOT, meeting with many groups and divisions around what good projects would look like within ODOT as well, and really collaborating to put those together. And you'll see here, we created criteria again with that consultation group with the MPOs, and really focusing on that climate benefit with 60 out of 100 points. So again, in these conversations up through May 31st, when that call for projects closes, looking to really focus these dollars into carbon reduction projects, along with the other supportive goals you see there: equity, innovation, the federal justice 40 goals to provide benefits to environmental justice communities, and project readiness. So that will close May 31st, and then we will move into project selection process, and we will include the projects in the federal strategy, which is due back to them in November of this year.
And I know that it's been a quick rollout for trying to get the criteria put together. And I was just wondering if you could give us maybe some illustrations of the types of projects that you're envisioning that might come from this. So, you know, you've tailored the criteria, do you have a vision? Just some examples.
It's a super popular question, and we're always a little hesitant because we don't want to put too much weight on the scale of a certain concept that's going forward or not.
Whatever you're comfortable with sharing.
Yeah. I think electrification will be a good one. One part of our criteria is how quickly can we deliver this benefit? So if you think about maybe some fleet conversions or some sort of electrification or fuel projects, that's going to happen and be on the ground a lot faster than something that's like a more long-term planning project. So those would be good ones. Transit, there'll be some good transit uses. Bicycle, especially where it's really targeted. Bicycle network opportunities where there's going to be a lot of users, so you've got that mode shift. I think I'm forgetting something. Oh, we'll have some opportunities inside of ODOT. So some things around maybe our materials and fuels internally that we're using, workplace charging, something like that. So I think you kind of get the flavor.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? Commissioner Byer?
Get this thing to turn on again. Yeah. One of the comments that I've heard recently, and I wish Julie was here, is that particularly in the rural areas where smaller buses and that kind of things, that there really isn't much on the market being developed for that. And some of that, I know I'm in the Lane County area, that connection between the metro area and the coast. Comment was a lot of people would like to ride that and carry their bikes, but the system, the material or the vehicles that are available really don't lend themselves very well to that. Do you follow up on the market at all and see what the changes? I assume that folks like Daimler and that, I know they're on their delivery trucks, they're looking more at electrification, but the big buses are electrifying, but not so much the small stuff that make more sense, particularly in rural areas and inside communities.
That is a great point. That's accurate. We do have a pilot project going on in ODOT to help transit agencies plan for net zero. And so looking at what some of those barriers are and what types of vehicles might be becoming available. So certainly something to keep an eye on. And it may be that we go for those larger buses right now for electrification until those smaller cutaways, if you will, come on the market.
Yeah, that is one of the, I can't follow up there. One of the issues that I hear a lot, most of our transit systems, our bus systems are sort of a spoke and hub model. And the biggest complaint I hear from people is the inability to use them because they can't, unless they happen to live on a bus line, it's at least viewed as inconvenient to get to the bus, and making that system work better.
There is the opportunity to flex these funds to FTA. So if we develop some transit projects, we will be able to use these funds similarly to how transit dollars are used now. So we are in conversation with public transit agencies as well as inside ODOT to see what some of those opportunities might be and put that together. Thank you for the comment.
Thank you.
I think maybe for this next piece, we'll invite Amanda up. I'd also like to invite Karen up because these things start to overlap on our programs are, including the rail program, invite a conversation that involves these three at least. So I guess I'll ask Amanda to tee this up. This is item E2 on our agenda. Pardon? Are we done with questions
My
for
last slide
Suzanne?
really said questions, so yes, you were perfect on time.
So, Mr. Chair, maybe I'll invite Ms. Criswell if she wants to provide any other comments on public transportation relative to that
Yeah.
last conversation, and then we'll invite.
She was moving around back there and I sensed that she was feeling the calling to get up here.
Well, I don't know if I'd go that far. No, to Commissioner Byers' comments, absolutely, that can be a challenge in terms of access to transit. But what we see in rural communities in particular is there's a sort of phasing that happens, starting with the dial-a-ride service, door to door, then to deviated fixed route, and then to fixed route. And then, of course, there's the complementary ADA paratransit that is required with fixed route transit. So I think that's one of the things that providers sort of transition to. And a big part of how they do it depends on funding levels. And then I think providers are also in a space as they're trying to recover from the pandemic, further reconsidering their schedules, routes, and how they deliver service to be more responsive to communities. So the challenges are real, but I do see providers adapting and trying to make that pivot as well. So that would be my only additional comment on it. And you are in fact spot on with the small highlight. I had one more comment. The availability of electrification for the small buses. It's just not feasible yet.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Just comment. I think, I'm thinking a lot about what Mr. Courtwright was saying earlier, that kind of movement there. And it's been a dilemma that I've thought a lot about over the years. In fact, when we passed the transportation bill in 2017, one of the things we pushed very hard was money for transit to address that expansion, to deal with that. The dial-a-ride has been around a long time in communities and it's a good model, but it seems to be limited only to people who have a disability and aren't able to use the system. I think that's the missing link in a lot of the systems in terms of getting more people to use the transit system is the convenience of being able to get there. And frankly, I've always heard that the obstacle is not the vehicle, it's the driver. That's the expense, and how we get beyond that is really kind of a funding thing to make that work, and I know in some of our land use laws, what Governor Brown pushed out there, the concentration, but it's not lost on me that all of those new dense developments are going to happen on the periphery, not in the center of communities. And having spent a lot of time with my kids living up in the metro area out in the Beaverton, Tigard, and some of those, it really is almost impossible to effectively use the transit systems in those areas unless you happen to live right on one of the major lines. And I think that's going to be a major challenge as we move ahead to try to make that transition, to make that happen. Whether it's with an electric vehicle or a traditional vehicle, it's just how do you get people to increase that ridership? I know the chair has told me many times that our transit ridership is not one about having capacity. We only have 5% of it used.
It's mode split is the big challenge, and it's a long-standing one, and a lot about that. I do know that on your point about hub and spoke, that we do have a few systems that are focused on intersuburban travel. I think the West system out in Washington County is a good example of that. And you may have other examples that I'm sure there are, but that helps address in part, I mean, having been at the city in the early 80s when we worked on the Banfield project, I'm intimately aware of the fact that the idea was keep a healthy core, not repeat the mistake of other urban areas around the country by hollowing out the central city, Portland, in the metro region, and that the idea really driven during the planning process in the 70s by Mayor Goldschmidt was to ensure that we were getting that hub and spoke model. Now, there has been a lot of investment in Washington County, for example, and some of the state's biggest employers are out there, like Intel and Nike and people like that. So when you start to get that level of employment going on in those areas, I think you complicate the question, because you have people that want different systems for different purposes. If they live in Tigard and they work in Hillsborough, they want a transit system that takes them from Tigard to Hillsborough. So I don't know if you had a question. I don't really have a question. I'm just commenting on the fact that we're working a little bit on, we have worked a little bit on that intra-suburban issue, but not probably enough.
Mr. Chair, I have many thoughts on the topic.
Yeah.
I think to ease and access and making it convenient, every transit trip starts by walking or biking. You have to be able to safely and comfortably get to the transit stop.
Yeah.
We have a micromobility program manager now who is just started recently, and we'll be working on a statewide micromobility strategy partnering with the climate office. So how do you make it a way to make it easier to help people get there? Maybe that's where e-bikes become a game changer for certain folks.
Yeah.
To the dial-a-ride, and it's only limited to certain people. That's a budget constraint. If you only have so much money, who are the people who are the vulnerable users who are in greatest needs? Money solves a lot of things, not everything, but those are just a couple thoughts. Your inner city comment, I think, also is extremely important. How do we have a sustained source of funding? Because right now, if we have providers that take on this inner city, they're competing for discretionary funds every biennium. There isn't a predictable, sustainable source of funding for them. They focus on their core services first and then compete for the discretionary inner community. So that's another challenge we have.
Mr. Chair.
Just one comment before Commissioner Smith, that the model was, at least in Portland, designed, I think, not envisioning what was going to happen in the 80s and 90s and beyond on land use, on employment base, and certainly now we got another layer on that because we now have remote work. And so the system keeps chasing the changes that are happening in the workplace, the changes that are happening in how people live. And so we need to make smart investments into the future, recognizing all of those changes, which is complex. And you don't always get it right. No one's fault. Everything comes from a set of assumptions. And sometimes your assumptions are very good and sometimes they're not as good. And so for example, on your situation, when you were talking about, then we'll go to Sharon, when you're talking about bikes and walking and all of those modes, and a number of the micro mobility issue or opportunities, options, choices that are out there, all of which I think are very exciting. You wouldn't, if you were going from Hillsborough to Tigard or Tigard to Hillsborough, you wouldn't ride it to a park and ride. So you could take a light rail downtown and make a transfer and then take it out to Hillsborough, unless you have a lot of time on your hands, because it would take a lot of time to do that. So I think this all, first mile, last mile is in part what we're talking about here. I think it's a very challenging thing that keeps the mode split down. And so you have the systems, but if you don't have the ridership, you're not moving the needle on VMT, you're not moving the needle on GHG, you have to do things that are promote those end goals and get people to see that those options are viable and could work for them. And you're not talking about convincing 90 members of the legislature and the governor, you're talking about convincing tens of thousands of Oregonians about how they operate their day. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to put a plug for the city of Bend, who just completed a micromobility study. And I think, depending upon the community, has a really good opportunity to solve some of those first mile, last mile challenges. And so I think having a statewide micromobility, whatever you called it, strategy or analysis, I think that would be helpful. So just putting a plug in for Central Oregon.
And I will say one other thing. I think when I joined this commission in 2017, there's no way we would have had a conversation about micromobility, e-bikes, e-scooters. It was not on as the newbie on the commission. And I wasn't thinking about them to the degree I do now, but all of these things are pieces of the solution, and the problem ultimately comes back to how do we get the funding to do all this stuff? That it all comes back to funding ultimately. So when people ask me what the biggest challenge is of the agency, it's money, because we have a lot of investment that's deferred that we have to do, maintenance of the highway system, the bridge system. We have a huge backlog on both. And then we have all of the change investments that we need to be involved in, like those you're talking about this morning, Suzanne. So do you have any other, I don't want to be kind of taken over your presentation. Do you have other pieces of your presentation that we've yet to hear?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you, Karen. So I will now move to the three of you for item E2.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Amanda Peets, administrator. I feel like I'm at the little kids table. Administrator for Policy
Can we get
Data
you
and
all
Analysis
within the-
Division. Okay. there
We
we
move
go.
you over. Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you.
feeling better about this already.
Thank you for inviting me to the big kids table.
Carpool today.
For the record, Amanda Peets, administrator for ODOT's Policy Data and Analysis Division. And actually, the conversation you were just having is in many ways a perfect segue into talking about our greenhouse gas emission results of where were we, where have we been, where are we now? And it's a pretty exciting story to be up here and to tell you. And part of that story includes public and active transportation, micromobility, electrification, and a lot more topics that you've already engaged on this morning. So what we're here today to share with you is our progress report in implementing our statewide transportation strategy. And what we've done per Mr. Courtwright's comments this morning is we've tried to make that really publicly accessible. So what we've done is we've created a website in which you can look really high level and see what our results are for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. You can understand some of the two primary drivers for what affect that number. And then you can drill down even further to understand the individual pieces, the progress we're making, and the story behind all of that. This is a compilation of work by the Oregon Department of Transportation, but also Department of Energy, Department of Land Conservation and Development, and Department of Environmental Quality. So this is our collective efforts in implementing the statewide transportation strategy and reducing transportation-related emissions. So we wanted to come here today to just kind of contextualize some of the information that folks will see on the website, share some of the headline information with you, but then we are making this website live. It should be live as of now, that people can go and explore, drill down as far as they want to go and understand the story and all the pieces behind how we reached the levels that we've reached and that we'll report today. Next slide, please. So I was up here in front of the commission in 2020 when I first formed the climate office, talking about how we're doing to reduce emissions. And I'm quoted as saying, we're far off. And that was a true story then. So this is showing the results in 2018 when we monitored things and we asked, how far have we gone in reducing emissions? What is our projection? And there's a significant gap that exists there. Partly because of that gap, we formed the climate office. And at that time, Governor Kate Brown also issued an executive order on climate, asking other state agencies to really lean in and find ways that we reduce emissions and get on track with a statewide transportation strategy. So there's been a lot of work in the meantime, and that multi-agency partnership, which is represented on the website that I mentioned. So the ta-da moment is next slide. So the dashed line is what I was showing a moment ago, where there was a significant gap. The dark blue line is where we are now. So as you can see, we've substantially reduced emissions. So that 2018 monitoring report was a wake-up call. We needed to do more We needed to work together, and we needed to take multiple and bold actions, and that's what we've done. And you'll hear more about that in the presentation today. So there's still work to do. There's still a gap that exists there. And that's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to close. And we need concerted efforts, but we think it's achievable and we can get there. And you'll hear a little bit more about that as we go on. I'm going to turn it over now to Tara Widener, who was one of the principal authors of the report, did a lot of the analysis. And I can't say enough good things about how lucky the Department of Transportation is to have the talents of this individual here at our agency, providing this work, working diligently with all state agency, with local jurisdictions to collect this information. And as I said, really listening to stakeholder feedback after the report we did in 2018, that people wanted more information. They wanted to be able to drill down. They wanted to be able to understand the story. And what Tara has helped to compile here, working with others, is to create that story. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Widener.
Welcome, Tara.
Great. Thank you, Amanda, Chair and Commissioners. It's really exciting to be here to unveil our new Oregon Transportation Emissions website today. Next slide, please. Here's the landing page. So this is what users will see when they come to the website. And you're initially hit with that 80% greenhouse gas reduction goal that all sectors are asked to reduce by 2050. Next slide. And then we'll get to the 6 categories of action. So these were included in the STS, the Statewide Transportation Strategy, to reach our goals. And that roadmap is a 2-year stakeholder effort. It's really the handshake on how hard to push on these various 6 categories. How much should we do of pricing versus technology versus reduction of VMT through, providing transportation options. So users can then click on these 6 categories and learn more. Next. The landing page also includes a set of report cards. So we have 6 categories and we have 6 report cards. Grades for these report cards were really set up with the help of experts across these multiple agencies that we talked about. The grades are in 2 timelines in the next few years, as well as all the way out to 2050. And essentially they compare the progress relative to where our vision says we should be on those dates. A key part of the website is really explaining this roadmap, what's in it. And I like to call it our 1-2-6 strategy. So there's one goal that we need to reduce the 80%, emissions overall, but there's really 2 objectives that fall under that goal. We need to reduce the growth in vehicle mile travel, and we need to clean up each vehicle mile. Underlying all that are the 6 categories I talked about. And the STS was really, clear on this. There's no silver bullet. We need to make progress on all those objectives, or both those objectives, and all 6 categories to meet that target. And that still holds true today. These progress charts are really the capstone of the new website. It's showing the progress of how we're doing on that roadmap. Amanda showed you the first chart, and we've added here the progress on those 2 sub-objectives. So as Amanda mentioned, we were on the dash blue line, and now we've moved to the solid blue line. So we have some good news on the overall that we're anticipating close to a 60% GHG reduction across all on-road vehicles by 2050, but more is needed. There's still a gap to reach that 80% goal. And that pulls from the 6 categories of the bar to the right. As we move to the lower 2 objectives, on the left side, the last 5 years has shown sort of limited progress on reducing the growth in VMT. This is going to require some significant work, as we've talked about, and working with cities, counties, local agencies, transit agencies. And some of the key things to do here are to find funding and also to set price signals for users of the system, like tolling and road user fees. We also need to be diligent on our land use planning, so that works to keep the trips short so we can actually walk and bike to a lot of those destinations. We recognize there's a lot of interest here, and we also need to work on this objective. On the lower right, we see that the second objective, that there's good news here. We were cleaning up each vehicle mile, and really that's in large part thanks to our Department of Environmental Quality's work on regulations, which has set the stage for some of our adoption of vehicles. The commission here has made some commitments to the public EV charging, and the state agencies are working to make use of the new federal grant programs that are out there. So, but to realize these benefits, we're going to really need to, pull together and make it as easy as possible for people and businesses, because they make all the decisions at the end of the day, to make choices on the low emission vehicles and fuels and their investments that are coming. So significant progress here, yes, but there is a sizable gap that remains, largely on that VMT reduction side. And, some of the concerns I think about are, we saw an increase in non-highway funds in the last STIP funding cycle that you'll hear about today. Can we continue that? We have some, funding issues. Portland congestion pricing programs are all in the news, but, can we meet our timelines? Oregon's progress depends on everyone in this room, people listening, really all Oregonians, and the decisions they make every day for businesses and people to reach those shared GHG goals. Next.
So before we leave that slide, the blue dot is today, correct?
That's really 2015. 2020 was a hard one to push to because of the oddities of that year. So
are these lines projections based on what we have in place, or projections based on what we need to do? I just want to get that clear on the record about
Chair,
what these portray.
The brownish line, I can't quite tell colors. Is it gold? The gold line, the gold standard is what we need to achieve. That's our objective. The blue lines, either dashed or solid, and the solid are the current numbers. That represents our projections of today's plans and trends and commitments. So it's more of this is what our current path will take us to.
Okay.
A minor amendment is the gold line is the STS vision. So that's what's projected in the plan.
The gold line is the STS.
Yeah.
Vision,
Okay.
right. So again, the goal.
So
of
we have additional actions to identify and implement, but to get to the gold line, but
yes,
we have in place actions that will take us to the solid blue line.
Correct.
Okay.
oops, all right, great. So we are already seeing, the effects of high carbon and the impacts of damaging weather events. So we know we need to do this. Transportation is the largest sector. So that's the bottom green, swath there, and it's been stubborn over time. And within the transportation sector, on-road emissions come mostly from light duty vehicles. That's 53% there, but the heavy duty vehicle really has an outside influence. It's about 2 to 3 times its share in vehicle miles traveled because of the high emissions of those vehicles. And we can't forget non-road, especially aircraft emissions and other modes. So these are all things we're trying to, give the background on the website of why we're doing this. So diving into the strategies and actions, which is the bulk of the website, we're tightening our terminology here, but basically users can explore the roadmap through 2 types of pages. The broader category actions, and then sub-strategies or within those categories. And we link to these in many places. So the category pages, each of those includes an overview of why this category is in the STS. Why does it help reduce greenhouse gas emissions? And then it also has a report card that I mentioned with discussions of the grades and where we're going. So you can stop there. You can have a high-level review assessment of where we're at. Or for those who want to dig deeper, that's where we have the sub-strategy pages. And we start over there with, again, what it is and why it affects greenhouse gas. In some cases, we've included progress charts like you saw with the 3 lines, but for that particular action. To date, there's just a few of those, and they really focus on explaining the progress where we've made a lot of change in the last 5 years since the last monitoring report, and we hope to add more over time. We also are spelling out the vision. So that's the vision, second bullet there, for that action. And those really come for the appendix of that statewide transportation strategy and augmented with other goals that we've set since then. We finish off with how we're doing with the report card and how we can improve. What are our next steps? So I'll go in and dive into some examples to demonstrate what the public will find if they start to explore these website pages. Okay, for instance, this is what one of the categories, the vehicle technology category page. On it, we learn what is meant by vehicle technology and how we need to actually get the low and no emission vehicles for all vehicle types. So you can see those types listed in the top as our sort of sub strategies and then you can click on each of those and see a deeper dive on each one. Next. Okay. This is the passenger vehicle page. Sorry, I got lost there. Yeah, so this is our deeper dive. And here you can see how electrification of passenger vehicles is tracking to our vision. Because this action's changed so much since the last 5 years, we provided these supporting progress charts. You can see on the left that overall fuel efficiency is doing pretty well. And then on the right, the adoption of hybrid and electric vehicles, while it's a little slower than the vision, is catching up. And both of those, you can see the big progress in the last 5 years from the dash line to the solid line. Next. Also, in these action pages, we call out a specific vision in short bullets. So in this case, the STS goals are augmented by the Senate Bill 1044, which gave us some intermediate goals on EV adoption. We also have a report card in each area action, and when the public can get a sense of where we're doing well and where we may be falling behind. The report card shows us doing well overall here, but we've had to compensate because of consumer preferences to purchase larger SUVs, for instance. Okay, jumping to a whole different category, this one's transportation options. In this case, users can learn, for instance, that the vision includes building out those systems we were just talking about earlier, the bike and walk systems, the transit service, and even, carpooling through transportation demand management and such, providing opportunities to increase non-driving modes across the state. And it goes into how those actions benefit. You can see the bullets there, health and affordability. So we're trying to educate folks on why it's in here and what it means. With the supporting report card on that area, we will learn that increases in remote work and recent commissioner work here with non-highway funding improvements in the last STIP cycle are really bright spots. The legislative action in 2017 also increased transit funding, but really more is needed to reach the goals that we have by 2050. The sub-strategy page in this category, the bike, walk, roll, lets you learn more details about ongoing work and future needs in this area. So with that, I hope my blitz through this website gives you a sense of the sort of wealth of information we're sharing. I mean, our goal is to bring transparency to this shared vision, highlight both progress and obstacles, and we want to inform the public, stakeholders, really whoever's interested, whether you're looking for a high-level assessment or a deeper dive to understand the many facets of our plan and really help us to get there. So it's exciting to be launching this public website today. And look forward to future conversations on it. It's already informed future work plans that we're doing here, and we're committed to maintain and build it, monitoring our greenhouse gas reduction progress in a more transparent and accountable way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I turn to Commissioner Byer, I'd just like to suggest that the commission members spend time with this webpage in the next 30 days, 45 days, so that when we come back in May, we can have the same group in front of us to ask questions to. This is an urgent area, seems like everything is an urgent area, but this is definitely one. And I think we ought to take advantage of having this out and getting familiar with it to include this panel in the next couple of meetings for follow-up questions. Again, before I turn to Commissioner Byer, my interest is in having a discussion about what we should be doing as a commission. What are our responsibilities to making this work? What are the directors' responsibilities? What is the climate office's responsibilities, so we can get a delineation of who should be doing what? I mean, if our responsibility, for example, was to go advocate for pushing up the transit funding, the new transit program, the employee payroll tax, if that's what we should be doing, and that ought to be on our short list. We need some dialogue on that to understand what our list is and what our list isn't. In funding in particular, I'm very curious about leverage, because this is a unique opportunity given the fact that the auto manufacturers are heavily involved. I know we're having a plaza built, or it's been built, in I think it's Douglas County, that Tesla is putting, I think it's something like 52 charging stations down there. How does that happen? How do we make more of that happen on the corridors we've designated? I think we designated 7 corridors for electrification. What's our interaction? And by we, I don't necessarily mean us, although if it needs to be us, it should be. to ensure that those kinds of investments are getting made in a timely way. What are those interactions? What are the interactions with utilities, et cetera? So I would like us to be talking about that in the next couple of meetings.
Sure.
Mr. Byer.
Thank
Sure,
you,
if
Mr.
I'm-
Chair.
Yeah, sure. Go
If I
ahead.
may respond.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry.
Jump in.
So happy to engage in some additional conversations and appreciate the interest in doing so and diving in. And it really does take all of us working together. As Tara mentioned, it's our local government partners, it's other state agencies, local transit agencies, and the Department of Transportation. For our part and for the commission's part, I think you're leading in some pretty important ways. Tara mentioned at the last STIP cycle, adding $100 million more to biking, walking, public and active transportation is really key. The Oregon Transportation Plan draft, which you'll hear about later, one of the big things that we're including in there is a policy around reducing vehicle miles traveled. And that's a big deal for us to include in our statewide plan. That's a pretty significant step forward in terms of our thinking on things. But that, as you saw in the website, is one of the big areas we need to continue to work to close that remaining gap. The other piece I'll mention just real briefly, there's a few more slides left that go a little bit away from the website. So I want to make sure we take any website questions now. But what Suzanne will touch upon is our investment portfolio. Your next agenda topic is the Statewide Transportation Improvement Program, the STIP, and funding decisions there. Suzanne will report on the emission profile as a result of some of those decisions. And I think really being diligent about our investments, being thoughtful about how we're approaching those things and trying to address opportunities that people can drive less or take other modes is really important part of that portfolio.
Great. I agree with all that. Lee?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just right off a comment, I agree with you. What I'd like to be able to focus more on is what the commission can actually do, because a lot of the things we're talking about here are things that we don't have direct control over. In fact, most of them we don't have direct control over, but focusing on what we can do. But I do have a question in terms of how you measure the increase in biking, walking, and rolling and whatever. How do we actually know what that number is and whether it's increasing or not? And it's sort of the same, the mystery over VMT, how we actually measure that number.
Yeah, it's certainly a challenge. But there's a lot of people working at the agency to get better in terms of, I think there's bike counters out there now, right? And bike miles traveled is a term that you're starting to hear now that people are, pulling that together. It is less data there and it's not as frequent or as heavily used. So, definitely that's an area for us to think about the observed, but there's models as well, especially as we get to the newer generation. Regions have travel demand models and they're getting better in terms of individuals and their choices, and biking and walking being one of those at a micro, sort of an actor can make choices through this model, just like you would in real life. So, technology is helping us, but also some of those observed counts and getting those out and expanding from there.
And are there other agencies that we're cooperating with? For example, in the Portland area, Metro, which I assume has data.
Yeah, I would
Maybe
say
Portland State. I don't know who all of them are, but they've got a population group that is tracking population activity, where people are moving, how they're living, things like that.
Yeah, so Tara and others in the development of this work went and talked to each metropolitan planning organization who runs some of them run their models, some of which we run the models for them, and conducted analysis and collected information that helped to support this. Many measures in general are estimated. Even vehicle miles traveled is an estimated measure. So in the same way, that's kind of what we're doing with biking and walking trips, but trying to get more localized, better information than a broad statewide estimate.
GHG is not measured. Yes.
A lot of that.
Yeah, sure.
A lot of that is we're making a lot of assumptions. We build a better bike path, more people will use it. May or may not be true.
Yeah, so Commissioner Byer, I think good point, and that's something we have to be careful about. I think when Tara was referencing some of the models and analysis that we do, we conduct, for example, what's called the Oregon Household Activity Survey, which is a pretty detailed, robust survey in each metropolitan area that collects actual travel diaries of households there to understand how they chain trips, what modes they use, all those different variables to try to better assess if we build it, will they come, and then incorporate that in.
Good.
And our models actually are quite sensitive to price, right? So some of the tolling things, but that can move down into what if your options are, it's like a choice between different modes, and there's different costs to do that in time and monetary. So budgets as they tighten, we saw in the recession, people dusting off their bike from the garage or the basement. Those things are reflected in our models as well.
Mr. Smith.
Yeah, I think this is a great step, having the website. Thank you for your work. I think it is important that we look at it, because what really matters is the community at large going to look at it? Does it resonate with the people of Oregon? So my question is, do you have a way of monitoring how many people access it? And is there a feedback loop so that people, if they have questions or concerns about how it works, the accuracy, things like that, that you get that real-time information so that we can continuously improve?
Those are good points. We should make sure that our web person is doing that.
Yeah, today was really the unveiling. So it is out in the public domain now, and we do welcome comments, feedback. I think we'll have a balance between updating everything in there every minute so that people don't know what the target is, but having that the next couple months to really look at it and engage. Absolutely.
Suzanne, you
Yes.
have some other slides to go through, I think,
I do.
from what Amanda was saying. So
Great.
we try and finish this by 10:30. So we don't get too far behind in our agenda, but this is all really critical. This is all, for me, this is all about there's the status quo side of our work, like we have roads and bridges, we need to maintain them, and there's the change side. And this is somewhat in both, but a lot of this is in change and new. And technology has allowed some of that, and really the need, the demand for alternatives is for financial and other reasons. People need to have choices that they can afford and work with. So
Thank you,
please
Chairman Brockman.
continue.
I agree. It's exciting work and following it with your leadership, and I'll talk a little bit about that on these slides. So as you know, we've applied a climate lens to the ODOT-led STIP projects in several, go back to the other slide for just a sec. We've done this in several phases. So phase one, informing your funding decision. Phase two, looking at how we scope those projects that ODOT's developing. And then phase three is really this evaluation and reporting back some information, holding the reveal for just a moment. So we've done that analysis in two ways. So there's a qualitative analysis where we've looked at each funding dollar and is it going to supportive objectives, supportive elements, or challenging climate goals. And then also a quantitative, which is more modeling outcomes similar to what we just talked about with the website. So now go ahead. Thank you. And again, as Amanda mentioned, this is queuing up the next agenda item on the draft 2427 STIP. So this is the qualitative look, looking at the dollars spent. And again, this is just the ODOT-led construction phase project. So what was our decision-making responsibility here? You see the 21-24 STIP baseline STIP at the top, which is our baseline. Dollars towards challenging projects for greenhouse gas goals. So think about maybe lane widening, expansion of roadways in ways that support more people driving potentially. The neutral in the middle, which is more of our fix-it programs, culverts, things that may not have an impact on the driving public. And then projects that would advance greenhouse gas goals. So looking at bike elements to a project, or really impactfully a road rebalancing where we might add a bike lane and turn a general purpose lane into a turn lane and a bike lane, that type of thing. So as you see here, this is I think it is a big shift for the agency. Amanda talked, we've really made a big investment, created the climate office, and made intentional decisions here. So we have seen an increase in dollars going towards these more advancing projects, and a reduction in the amount of dollars going towards more challenging projects. One thing for us to keep monitoring is that a lot of amendments happen between that cycle. This is really a snapshot in time those can be really impactful. We added a lot of dollars to projects in between the cycles, and we'll continue to apply the climate lens there. Again, as we've noted, there was a big investment in active and public transportation in the original 24-27 STIP development, which contributes here, as well as that federal funding and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, some of the EV charging dollars that were applied there, transit programs, that type of thing is also having the beneficial results here. And where we do have new lane miles, what we found is if we're pricing those, we're helping to manage that system as well, and that's contributing. And so next slide. And then, as I mentioned, we've done that quantitative look. So what we're looking at here is modeling just the projects that we touch. So we're not touching the whole system, but where we're touching it and where we're putting those positive dollars. If we model the user behavior out to 2050, we're showing a big change for the agency in that the STIP overall is projected to reduce user greenhouse gas emissions. It's a very small amount, but measurable. And so compared to the we're looking at 0.25 million metric tons for the user behavior. The embodied is the materials and fuels. We're always going to be expending some resources to build these projects, working to reduce that where we can. And so on net, having a small positive contribution. For comparison, we're emitting 19 million metric tons across the whole Oregon system annually. So we're looking at the 2050 having a 0.37 reduction. So it's a small amount compared to the annual total. And then getting back to the slide we've talked about there, that gap that you see between where we are and where we want to be is a lot in this area of VMT. So this is about a 0.5% contribution towards the gap. And so there is more work to be done, but exciting trends that we're seeing here. And next slide. This is really just pull it back together of where we've been and where we're going. And we've talked a bit about this, that it's really all the partners, all the agencies, the local agencies and us. And then we really look forward. I like your idea to come back and talk more about the Oregon Transportation Commission direction and what ODOT does within this portfolio. Additional questions?
Well, I just echo Commissioner Smith's comments about the good work you're doing here. Congratulations on all of that, and on the line headed in the right direction, which is down on GHG emissions. A lot of work to do to hit those lines, and the points you make about continuing commitment and in some cases acceleration of commitment is all correct in my view. So we're really interested in this area, obviously, and appreciate your presentation and answering our questions, and welcome again. And we look forward to hearing from you all in the coming meetings, and some further direction on terms of who does what.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So we are going to take a break for 10 minutes and be back at 10:40.
You know, it's not lost on me. I've been trying for the last 15 years
Members of the commission, for the record, I'm Travis Brower. That's Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance. We are nearing the very end of the lengthy STIP process that you started back in 2020 with conversations about how to allocate funds. And you made the key decisions of the STIP process back in early 2021 when you made the decision about how to allocate funds. And then again, last year when we had the opportunity to add funds from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act to the STIP. So we're here now today really just to ask you to put the STIP out for public comment so that we can get that public comment as required by the Federal Highway Administration and Federal Transit Administration, then come back to you in July for the official approval. So I'm going to turn this over to Jeff, and he's going to cover most of this. And I think I have one slide to let him take a breather.
Chair Van Brockland, members of the commission, for the record, Jeff Flowers, Statewide Investments Manager for ODOT. Next slide, please. So quick hit here, and one little note on the project selection process. So this is just a quick review that in 2020, you approved our funding allocation, which dictated how much money we're putting in each of the investment areas. We did the 2021, 2022 time period. We went out and did our project selection process. The one thing to note that's a little bit different in this STIP that we're going to give it a try and see if this helps us, given our current economic conditions of who knows what's happening at times on our bids, is we are, for certain programs, we are bucketing the construction money, and we will bring back the amendments to fully fund the construction as we get into design and have better, cleaner numbers to bring that back, hopefully one time and one time only, so that you are not having to approve it multiple times, the director's not having to approve it multiple times, or MAC isn't. So we're trying a new approach on that because of the economics that we are currently seeing. So the similar amendment that we brought to you in the past, we'll probably come back and see you 2 or 3 more times to kind of expand that out a little bit and hopefully help speed the process up and also the number of amendments we're doing. So here we are in 2023 with the public review and approval. So the document is done. This document goes out for public review. It'll go out starting today and be available for comment until the end of April. At that point, we shut everything off. And then if there's anything catastrophic, and I've been doing the STIP now for 16 years and we've never had that, I'm going to knock on wood, to go back and adjust anything on that. So we'll deal with that accordingly when it comes up. And then in the July meeting, you'll get a report of the public comment report, as well as approve the commission's to send it to Federal Highway and Federal Transit Agency. Next slide, please. Just a quick reminder, here were the 7 categories that we picked for the funding allocation process. Kind of just real quick, you did the Fix-It Safety, the Enhanced Highway, the Public and Active Transportation, our local government program, the ADA, and the other functions. Travis is going to talk a little bit about the enhanced highway stuff when we get to this slides here in a minute. Next slide, please. So kind of some quick hits. $3.3 billion of total state and federal resources going in. Big investment into federal and state funding for bridges between House Bill 2017 and the special bridge money that came to us from the passage of IIJA. Greater investments in local government programs. That is also repercussion of the IIJA, where they plussed up a variety of elements that allowed us to be able to do that. And then obviously your decision to have a major investment in the ADA curb ramps. Next slide, I'll turn it back over to Travis.
Thank you, Jeff. So this is the breakdown of the $3.3 billion that is in the STIP. So a couple things I'd like to point out. Fix-It is the largest category given the commission and the state's commitment to keeping our infrastructure in a state of good repair. But you can also see that the second largest category is public and active transportation, that the commission has put a substantial amount of money into public and active transportation in recent years. When you include the FTA funds, it becomes the second largest category in the STIP. And that's even without including the statewide transportation improvement fund, which is because it's state money and mainly for operations, not actually included in the STIP, which is primarily a federal document. This is, however, a very artificial breakdown of funds. We have to categorize everything in some way. So there's a couple things I wanted to note. So first off, safety looks like a fairly small category here, but that is the safety only projects, primarily the All Roads Transportation Safety Program. The funding for safety really is infused through all programs and all categories. So there's a lot of other money for safety across all those other programs. And really, in some ways, every project is a safety project. Also, the local programs is again the money that is exclusively dedicated to local governments to select projects. However, local governments also receive a lot of the funding in public and active transportation, as well as in safety. And so in total, local governments get closer to 30% of the total resources in the STIP. And of course, that's not including, when we talk about 50-30-20 in the State Highway Fund, this does not include the 30-20 that goes to counties and cities. So this is basically just our federal resources primarily. And it's also important to note that public and active transportation, even though it is the second largest category, also receives a lot of funding in other categories. I mean, the ADA curb ramps is all about helping people get around outside of an automobile. And much of the funding in the local programs, like the CMAQ program that goes to some of the urban areas, then gets put into public and active transportation, because CMAQ is all about reducing air quality problems across the state. One thing I did want to note, you may recall you put $65 million into the Enhanced Highway Program in the 24-27 STIP initially. Then you supplemented it with $50 million from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. We received some direction, particularly with the IIJA, to focus those resources on finishing up some of the projects that had been funded in part by the legislature in HB 2017. So in particular, you told us that the US 97 Bend North Corridor project was one that the legislature gave us a portion of the funding for a phase. We then got a federal grant to complete another phase. And then we're using about $30 million of this enhanced highway dollars per year direction to complete the entirety of that program or that project. So we're going to be able to get that one done and check it off the list. Similarly, with the Aurora Donald interchange on I-5, the legislature gave us funding for phase 1, and per your direction, we use funding from the enhanced highway category to finish that project off. So we'll be able to get the benefit of the entirety of that safety and operational improvement at that really congested, really dangerous interchange on I-5. The other thing about the Enhanced Highway Program, and I'm sure Commissioner Smith remembers this, there was direction to ensure that at least 30% of the funds went to rural areas, because there's always a concern about the relative mix of fairness between rural and urban. And actually, in the end, the breakdown was about 50-50 between rural and urban projects. So we were able to ensure that we met that floor and then exceeded it pretty substantially, particularly because of the $36 million that was invested in the Aurora Donald interchange. So with that, I'll turn it back to Jeff to talk about the next steps.
Yeah, Commissioner Byer. Yes.
Travis, not now, but I would be curious to know of the total transportation dollars that flow through the state, including the 50% that off the top that goes there. When we add all this is put together, what percentage of it is spent inside of urban areas or cities and counties, however you want to do that, rather than on the state system? My sense is that we're probably somewhere around 65-70% of the funding goes inside of incorporated areas.
Chair Van Brockland, Commissioner Byer, my sense is it's probably a little bit lower than that, because you essentially take a blend of 50-30-20 in the State Highway Fund, and then in the STIP, it's more like 70-30. So it's probably between there somewhere. But regardless, I think that the point is that Oregon does share a substantial amount of money in both federal and state resources with local governments, but we can try to come up with some numbers.
That's always a point, and I think it'd be good to know what that actual percentage is.
Excellent. We can pull those numbers.
And when you do that, I think it would also be helpful to see kind of what the pattern of spending has been over the last several decades, because I know we've had periods where we've invested heavily in the Portland metro area and other periods where we've not, just as an example, and other urban areas. So it kind of fluxes back and forth, as I remember. So I think that would be another good piece of information for us to have. We're not consistently at any one split.
Yeah.
Is my recollection from previous presentations.
Absolutely, Chair Van Broek. In fact, I can give you a couple figures off the top of my head. There was a substantial investment in the Portland metro region in HB 2017 between the urban mobility strategy, $30 million that was set aside, as well as the money for Oregon 217 auxiliary lanes. But when you looked at past funding programs in Jobs and Transportation Act, of 2009. When I went back and looked at the totality of the earmarked projects that came from the legislature, I think there was $960 million. I think it was only 27% went to the Portland metro region, which is less than the metro region's share of the population of the state. And then in the OTIA programs, it was even a much lower share, that most of the money in the OTIA programs went to bridges, and most of the bridge challenges across the state were statewide. So it was less than 15% of the OTIA 3-state bridge program, that $1.3 billion program passed by the legislature in 2003 that went to the Portland metro region. So yes, we've seen, it differs by package, but much of those earlier packages went outside of the Portland metro region.
Yeah, I'm not doing it in any kind of divisive sense. I just think it's good information for us to know. And I'm not second guessing where it went. I'm not saying we misallocated anything. I'm just saying it doesn't stay in the same place. It goes, hopefully we're going to where the primary need is.
Chairman Brockman, I think that's exactly correct, that the legislature and ODOT allocate based on the need at the time and depending on the focus of the program.
Okay.
Next slide, please. So next steps, kind of covered a little bit of this earlier, but walk through it real quick. March and April is the public comment period. We will then prepare the final STIP in May and June. We will be back to see you in July for your approval to send it to Federal Highway and Federal Transit Agency. Your approval to send it is also the kicker for us to send the MPO's tips to the governor's office for approval, where she will then sign at that point and approve those pending FHWA and FTA's approval. In September, FHWA and FTA give us our approval. We usually get it mid to late month, but with an October 1st start date and an October 1st, away we go with the 24-27 STIP. So the next slide is basically the approval and release of the STIP. Plus, in your packet, you have a list of advanced projects, which we are advancing some of the money on to begin the process of designing and getting some things going. So that way we have a bit of a more tapered approach across and balancing act across the delivery. So with that, I can turn it over to you for any questions, and then your
questions. Do I hear a motion to approve the releasing, I guess is the word, the draft STIP for public comment and review?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Very welcome. And we'll be back starting in a couple of months to start the work on the 2730 STIP, even as we're finishing this one up. Sorry about that.
Okay. Welcome. Urban Mobility Office leadership here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
There, commissioners. We know we're a little bit behind schedule, so we'll try to go at a pretty decent clip without talking too fast. And we do want to show, I think two videos, because Sabrina's been so patient with us as we've gotten them to her. And so we'll go pretty quick. Thank you. This is your Urban Mobility Office update for this meeting. We don't have any decision items for you this morning, but we do have some pretty significant updates regarding some key portions to your urban mobility strategy. So we'll go right to the next slide. And per usual, we will bring up the map to set our context. And while that's happening, I guess, Commissioner Byer, we spoke the other day. You wanted to get a quick update on where we are with Oregon 217. We just heard about it and the progress.
Mic a little closer.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I need to get a little closer to the mic. There we go. And an update on the construction of that project. I did get to talk to the folks at Region 1 to get a up to date as of yesterday, what's happening with that project and the progress that they're making, which is quite significant. And I want to thank Region 1 Matt Freitag, Tova Peltz, and of course Region 1 Administrator Ryan Winsheimer, who are delivering that project. And I'm happy to say to be the one to deliver on time and on budget. Currently, they're focused in on the new frontage road that's southbound on 217. This is in between the Allen and Denny interchanges. This is a very significant portion of the project. When completed, the exit ramp, the southbound exit ramp from Allen Boulevard will be permanently closed, as well as the entrance ramp at Allen. This is kind of the biggest component to addressing the bottleneck in that corridor, so that should be completed by this year. Kerr Construction, who is the prime contractor, is also preparing improvements to the Hall Boulevard overpass. That's also to be completed this year. And this will result in consistent sidewalks and bike lanes on that. It's actually addressing a pretty big gap in the regional transportation, active transportation network. So that's also happening. The sound walls have been installed. That was kind of a priority to do right away. First of all, it's for those folks that have been dealing with the construction impacts that are happening. They will now be they'll be protected from some of the noise for construction and traffic as well. The expenditures to date, 53 million of the total 110 million, so about half of that budget. The contract amount has been used, and the estimated date for completion still remains to be 2025, the end of 2025. So on time and on budget. So that's your update, Commissioner. Wanted to make sure you had that one. So today we'll be quickly talking about Rose Quarter Improvement Project, what's happening there on some of the environmental assessment and DBE work. We're going to make sure that Director Strickler's pledge that he made to his colleagues at AASHTO will be met. And then I'll turn it over to Deputy Director Mosier to talk a little bit about the I-205 construction project, progress being made there. The I-205 toll project, we're also in a comment period there, and the regional mobility pricing project. So next slide. And with Rose Quarter, the project team right now is really engaged in reviewing a lot of the 900 responses that we've gotten for the environmental review process, looking at the supplemental environmental assessment that we've submitted to FHWA. We'll be working with our federal partners to review all of those comments. There's some key themes on your screen there. And then we're going to continue while we're doing this environmental review work to really move forward the project's disadvantaged business enterprise workforce program, which maximizes contracting opportunities for small and minority businesses when the project eventually goes to construction. The DBE goals for the early work packages, A and B, as you can see there on your screen, are 21% and 19% respectively. Both of those goals are falling within the project's overall goal, which is a range from 18 to 22%. This represents obviously another important step in our value-based approach that we're taking to this project, as well as how we're engaging the community. And it's also, so I do want to actually really send some thank yous out to Megan Channel, our Rose Quarter Improvement Project Director, and the Office of Equity and Civil Rights, our partners, who have really helped us achieve these really lofty goals as it relates to DBE participation in this project. So with that, I'll move us right along and turn it over to Deputy Director Mosier.
So can I ask one quick question on
Yes,
the
Mr.
bullet about support for highway cover without I-5 improvements? Is that public comment, or does that also reflect governmental partners who are taking the position that we ought to do that?
We did not receive those from any governmental partners.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right, so next slide. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Della Mosier, and I'm the Deputy Director of ODOT's Urban Mobility Office. And I, again, this morning have the pleasure of updating you on the incredible progress that the construction team has been making out on the Abernathy Bridge project. As this commission is aware, when the Abernathy Bridge project is completed, it will be the first seismically resilient interstate bridge across the Willamette River. And this project, coupled with the future planned upgrading or replacing of 8 other bridges along the 205 corridor, will provide the first interstate seismic lifeline route for our region in the case of a Cascadia level event. The crews, as you can see here on the slide, have been completing some temporary work bridges. If folks are traveling through that area in the next couple months, you'll start to see new bridge columns emerging from the river And those columns will be located on top of those recently constructed, very deep and wide drilled shaft foundations. The team is also beginning to construct the roundabout on the westland side of the bridge and expect that work to be completed in the next year or so. So with that, we have a short video we'd like to play if we can get that up and running to show some of the construction activities that have occurred over the last couple months.
Oops.
All right, so a lot of energy there, and you will recognize a previous star, Oscar the Oscillator, featured throughout that clip. So also opportunity to meet greenhouse gas goals. Okay, next slide. When we get a moment here, and while they're pulling that up, I also have the pleasure of updating you all on the I-205 toll project, which is a critical program that is key to funding the remaining parts of the seismic improvements and other improvements on the I-205 project. So we're very excited to share that the environmental assessment document as part of the National Environmental Policy Act phase of this program was published on February 21st. We've been working on this document with our local partners for over 2 years, and have collaborated on assumptions around the model and technical needs with our local partners as we have developed the project. You'll see up here that says that we have a 45-day public comment period closing April 7th. That has been revised in response to stakeholder and partner input. We have worked with Federal Highways to extend that public comment period to 60 days. And so that comment period is now closing April 21st. The document evaluates the community and environmental impacts and benefits as a result of the I-205 toll program. And as a result of our analysis, we are seeing significant mobility, economic, and environmental benefits from the project. And for the locations that we have impacted, we have been working on solutions, and those are called mitigation, which is also described in the document, and we are seeking public comment on those mitigation solutions. We also contract with the community liaisons to develop approach to equity communities throughout the NEPA process. And we've been engaging in discussion groups as well as outreach in multiple languages. On the day the document was published on February 21st, the project videos and website were available in multiple languages when that comment period began. And last week, we also added a multi-page fact sheet and executive summary that has been translated in Spanish, Vietnamese, simplified Chinese, and Russian. And we now have on the next slide, I believe, a short video to talk about the overview of the environmental assessment and the opportunity to provide comment.
When we played yesterday.
Yeah.
The Oregon Department of Transportation is studying the effects of adding the missing third lane and making seismic improvements on Interstate 205. The project would use tolls at the Abernathy and Tualatin River bridges to pay for those improvements and reduce congestion. The project benefits and impacts, as well as proposals to address negative effects, are included in a report called an environmental assessment. Here's what the environmental assessment tells us about transportation effects. Without planned highway improvements and tolling, there would be up to 14 hours of congestion per day on some areas of I-205 by 2045, as more people and vehicles use the highway. With the planned improvements and tolling, congestion on some areas of I-205 would be reduced to 2 hours per day by 2045. With the project, travel times through these 7 miles of I-205 would be about 25% faster in the morning rush hour and about 50% faster in the afternoon rush hour. Freight also benefits from these improvements. Most freight truck routes in the area that we studied would experience similar time savings on I-205 and other routes like Oregon 99E. We also expect fewer crashes on the interstate when compared to not building the improvements and not tolling. Today, communities experience congested local roads as cars reroute from the interstate due to heavy traffic during peak commute hours. With the project, traffic on some local streets will get better, while other streets will see more congestion compared with not building the project. ODOT is collaborating with local governments to address potential negative impacts from drivers trying to avoid tolls and rerouting to local streets. ODOT will identify and pay for these solutions, also called mitigation, to reduce adverse impacts identified. Some potential fixes include adding roundabouts and new or modified traffic signals, prioritizing buses on certain streets, or improving sidewalks and walkways. Tolling is expected to encourage a small decrease in single occupancy vehicle trips as drivers choose other options like carpooling, taking transit, biking, or walking. Due to projected traffic increases on some roadways, 3 locations showed some potential to become more uncomfortable for people riding, rolling, or walking with the project. These include Borland Road, east of Stafford Road, downtown Oregon City along Oregon 99E, and West Lynn around Willamette Falls Drive and 12th Street. Solutions to calm traffic or improve paths, sidewalks, or crosswalks are proposed for these locations. You can influence how ODOT moves ahead by providing your feedback. For more details on the transportation effects in your area with the I-205 toll project, please visit OregonTolling.org to watch a recorded presentation on the study results, or use our interactive map to explore the locations that interest you. Visit OregonTolling.org to find more detailed information about transportation impacts, review the environmental assessment, and provide your comments.
So I'll just note that the environmental assessment, the I-205 tolling environmental assessment, includes not only variable rate tolling, the impacts of variable rate tolling on Abernathy Bridge and Tualatin River Bridge, but it also includes the effects, the combined effects of tolling and the improvements. So the third lane for the 7 miles from Oregon 213 to Stafford Road, and the upgrading and replacing of those 8 remaining bridges to create that seismic lifeline route that those tolls would pay for. So next slide, please. So moving from the I-205 toll project to the regional toll program, which is the Regional Mobility Pricing Project, which just completed a 50-day public comment period related to the scope on the purpose and need for that project. We have received about 4,500 comments on the purpose and need, and those comments are being reviewed and summarized, and a report should be available in the next 2 months. We see from the comments that we need to continue to share information about how congestion pricing can improve travel time reliability, as well as travel times, knowing that congestion pricing is not familiar to many Oregonians. We also expect we may be updating the purpose statement to reflect an interest in managing demand. And I'll also comment that for both the I-205 toll project environmental assessment and the regional mobility pricing project environmental assessment, that these are not policy or financial documents. Those efforts, as this commission is well aware, are continuing concurrently and in a parallel path. And there are opportunities coming up for the Regional Toll Advisory Committee to provide input to the director on revenue allocation. And ultimately, this commission, the Oregon Transportation Commission, presiding as the state toll authority, will make the final decision on toll rates and policy decisions. So thank everyone for reviewing those documents and the opportunity to update our program in response to that feedback. So with that, I'll turn it back to Brennan.
Yeah, thanks, Stella, and thank you for letting us play those videos, because having them here, we know we have a good audience here, obviously today, and those who are watching. So we have much more on our website to kind of clearly show the public what we are doing in a concise manner. So thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. That concludes our presentation for this morning. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you both. Great work and great progress. Commissioner Smith.
Did we do those videos in-house?
Those, no.
Sorry, didn't think it'd be a hard question.
Well, I actually, Kevin, I hear Kevin's background. One of them was. We do them in coordination with our consultant team.
Well, they're great, so thank you.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Byer. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll move along here to item H, pedestrian and bicycle safety update. Administrators Criswell and Lynn. Welcome back.
Sorry, we don't have any cool walk-up music like the last presentation.
Or videos. We also have. Videos, sorry.
No music, no.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, Macklin, Administrator for Delivery and Operations for the department. Karen and I are going to work on this together. So Karen, do you want to introduce?
And Karen Criswell, Administrator for the Public Transportation Division.
And we're going to work to try to catch you up a little bit on agenda. So we'll go through this fairly quickly. Not that this item doesn't deserve as much time as you need. Before we jump into this, I want to address maybe a couple of comments that were made earlier today, specifically around weather and the snow event up in the Portland area. To Director Strickler's remarks, certainly our crews did an amazing job responding in that first 24 hours and turned the corner pretty quickly. But we had a challenge in communicating out just how aggressively that storm hit us and keeping not only you apprised, but a few others apprised of what was going on real time. So just want to acknowledge that after action review is ongoing. We're certainly learning a lot about how we react in the moment in terms of our communications, not our communications team necessarily, but our leadership and including you all as well. So just want to acknowledge that. I think it's in that spirit of no surprises. And as we transition into this topic, we've, I think, caught a few people by surprise as we're upgrading 26,000 curb ramps across the system. We're looking at each of those locations and determining, is it in fact a legal crossing? If it's not, we need to sign that because it's unsafe and inaccessible for users. So we certainly caught people by surprise. We've certainly seen some media stories about that. Certainly not our intention, but we're going to school on that as well. So just want to acknowledge both of those because I think it transitions nicely into what Karen and I are talking about of as we're trying to make the system safer, recognizing that things are changing. How are we keeping not only you all, but the public as well apprised of our goals and our efforts? So Karen's going to kick us off and then I'll take us through the remainder of it.
Chair Van Brockland, Commissioners. One of the things we've learned is that the transportation system isn't working for everyone. Particularly the approximately 30% of Oregonians that don't drive a car. Severe and fatal crashes involving people walking and biking have been happening far too often, and they're on the rise. And they are also disproportionately located in communities where people experiencing low wages and where BIPOC community members live. So we're here today to give you an update on the results of some evaluation work that we have done to evaluate our existing bike ped and safety programs to see if we can speed up the way that data is processed that helps inform our decision making, to see if we can make our programs more equitable, and to see if we can also speed up the time that it takes to make infrastructure improvements. We'll first talk about project need, cover briefly the 2021 safety rapid improvements that were made, physical infrastructure improvements. Then we'll turn and go into the evaluation report results. What did we learn from some extensive peer reviews with other states that are also blazing the way in this sphere? And then we have a bicycle pedestrian safety action program concept to present to you. Next, please. So in terms of the needs for this, what you have on the screen is some very preliminary data from 2022. And in that, the thing that I would draw your attention to is with this preliminary data, we were seeing about a 45% increase in pedestrian fatalities in 2022 compared to 2021. That's on the state system. At the same time, total fatal crashes were going down by about 4%. I think you've heard it before, but it's worth noting that Oregon isn't alone in this trend. This is also a national trend in terms of pedestrian fatalities and serious injuries in 2021. We're about the middle of the pack. We ranked 25th among all states in terms of those incidents per capita. On the right side, part of what you are seeing in that graphic is that people that are living in the areas of highest social disparity experience 3 times the incidence of fatal and severe injuries per 100,000 population compared to those living in the areas of lowest social disparity. And we also know that at the time the evaluation was completed late last year, that it was taking around 3 years, 2 to 3 years for us to finalize crash data to use in decision-making. And it was taking us approximately 5 years to program and deliver a typical safety project. So what all of this collectively tells us is that we have some ground to make up to be faster and better in this space. Next, please. So as a first step, the commission gave the nod to an allocation and advancing of 10 million in state safety priority funds to make some one-time improvements to 4 corridors that are our top pedestrian and safety equity corridors. And those were on 82nd Avenue in Portland, Lombard, TV Highway, and Main Street in Springfield. You're looking at a photo of some of the improvements that were made. We focused on what could we do quickly that would make a difference. And there's speed reductions, feedback signs, some improved lighting, signal improvements for pedestrian safety, as well as striping and crossing improvements. So part of what this process did is it really helped us learn on the ground. And I think the teams who delivered these projects were really pushed to see what they could do within a very short period of time. I also want to note that, the programs that we talk about, like this isn't the only program. These aren't the only programs that address pedestrian bicycle safety. And I think you heard that talked about earlier. Next, please. So what is the Equitable Active Safety Improvement Evaluation? We looked at all of our existing funding programs that are pedestrian, bicycle, and safety to see how we could deliver these projects in a fast, effective, and equitable manner. And we did this by learning from best practices of other state DOTs, FHWA, and peer reviews of agency data, practices, and programming. I think those were really robust conversations with staff from all levels, from technical to administrators. And I think all of the participating state DOTs actually really learned a lot through the process. So it had been some national benefits, I think, as well. Next, please. And Mac is now going to walk you through the key findings.
Yes, I think the power of bringing together so many disciplines and subject matter experts across the nation, right? It's thought-provoking, it's information sharing. It's also learning what are we doing well in our national leader and what can we learn from others who are national leaders in other areas. I do want to call out, we had a planner out of Astoria lead this effort, Mr. Ken Schonkweiler, and he deserves a ton of credit for managing the consultant team in this entire effort. And helping us think through this. So huge shout out to Mr. Schonkweiler. To me, it just signifies the amount of effort we put into pulling folks from across the agency to help lead this. Some big areas that certainly jumped out during the course of this evaluation were our work on social equity and the work that we've been doing much through the strategic action plan of pushing the understanding and how we utilize our social equity index to make decisions, as well as the work Karen and her team have been leading on our active transportation needs and inventory. So understanding the need. So I think, frankly, we're a bit of a leader in the nation on that. So it's exciting to share that with others. Second is just our ability to deliver rapidly. And when we're dealing with federal funds, there's a lot of strings attached with that really throw some barriers into doing things fast. So learning what can we do really with our state funds to deliver things expediently. And that is much to the highlights that Karen showed from 2021 and the work of the commission dedicating those state funds and the work of our teams to get those projects on the ground. And then lastly, crash data. I've often said it doesn't tell the story, it helps inform the story. We know this problem is getting worse and we don't need the data to tell us that, but the data helps inform where can we make significant improvements. And so recognizing that we've got some challenges that we've known about, frankly, for a long time around how long it takes to get that data. Certainly DMV and our policy data analysis team have been working on getting to electronic crash reporting, which is a huge factor in how we get the speed of that data. But of course, it comes at a cost, but they are working on that. So some good learning out of that peer exchange to help us think about this moving forward. Next slide, please.
Before we go to that slide, Commissioner Smith.
Yeah, I just had a question about the paper-based self-reported. Is that, DMV gets paper-based and then it takes us 2 to 3 years to synthesize that data? Help me understand that.
Yeah, Chair Van Broccoli and Commissioner Smith, I'll share what I know about it. Certainly others in the agency are far more prepared, but it is that crash reporting, that report that you're required to fill out. Unfortunately, my wife had an accident this week and had to fill that out. Luckily, it's online, but you still have to print it to turn it in. DMV has some work they have to do to analyze what's being submitted, enter that into the system, and our policy data analysis team, they review it, enter it into our overall system, but they also have to do some quality control on that data. Of course, not everybody fills it out correctly. Those challenges, as well as police reports, right? So that's only one piece of it. So we're also waiting for the police report to come in, and how do you marry those two up together? And it takes some time, and there certainly needs to be time put into not only data quality control, but also the location information. How do we geocode that so then we do have the information in the system? Moving to an electronic system, obviously we get that much faster. But that's, I think, generally the process, but sometimes the challenge of it does take a while to wrap up in a complete year and have good solid data to then help inform decisions.
Follow up. Is there any way to work with our local government partners to ask them to help flag some of these areas so that we don't wait that long?
Yeah, Chair Van Broccoli and Commissioner Smith, that's exactly the idea we're going to move to here in a second. No, it's the perfect lead in. How do we not use that as the reason to not move forward? Recognizing we have a lot of just on the ground knowledge from our local partners, as well as our own crews that are out there managing the system.
Commissioner Byer.
Sure. Mac, I suspect part of your data problem is that unless it's a significant accident, most local police departments don't get involved and don't make a report at all. I mean, it has to be pretty significant, almost somebody being injured before they'll even do a report on it. Right? That's a problem. Yeah, the other's a question. I'm assuming that most of these corridors are multi-lane facilities that are state highways.
Yeah, Chair Van Broccoli and Commissioner Byer, certainly we see our urban corridors, those multi-lane facilities, sometimes referred to those as urban arterials, as being, they have more significant safety challenges, right? A lot more traffic, a lot more distance to cross. Certainly you can think about those 4 corridors that Ms. Criswell highlighted that fits the bill. But I'll tell you, we also have some challenges in the rural areas, especially where the state highway serves as Main Street. So how do we think about all of those as we consider what improvements can we make? Yeah, good questions. Next slide, please. So out of this consultant review, this national peer exchange, it highlighted for us areas that we can work on across all programs, whether it's our bicycle and pedestrian program, our safe routes to school program, our all roads transportation program, or frankly, when we're doing a paving project. So how can we better utilize this understanding to make safety improvements across all the work that we do? Next slide, please. Commissioner Smith, this leads into, so what are we doing about it? We took all of that thinking and understanding and great conversation, frankly, and turned it into, so how can we put some energy and effort to this in a way that demands action? So we've built a program. We're not looking for your decision today. It's really just a thumbs up support of moving in this direction, because we are talking about repurposing some existing funds. That's what we want to highlight here as we wrap up. Working on how can we take what we know when a fatal or serious injury happens involving a bicycle or pedestrian and not wait 2 to 3 years to have the data and assess, is there something from a safe system standpoint? Meaning, are there things from the infrastructure perspective we can do? Is there things we can work with law enforcement on, especially in the Portland area with photo radar enforcement is a good tool. To things like safety and education and outreach, potentially if there's a school nearby, right? How are we expanding our ability to reach that public? We looked at what state fund sources do we have available to us. You've all heard we don't have a lot of leftover state highway fund dollars sitting around. We're certainly challenged by that already, but we did look at safety funds coming out of House Bill 2017, 10 million a year coming to the agency, not shared with local government, and looked at potentially repurposing our original plans for those dollars, focusing it specifically on this effort, which would mean we're not going to target those funds for more vehicular safety improvements like we might have planned. So pivoting away from that and pivoting specifically. But it's not just this, as we're evaluating a horrific event like a fatality or serious injury, what are all the other things we can bring to the table? So it's not just this one program. Next slide, please. So things that we experienced during that 2021 effort, but identifying what are the things that we can put on the ground in that graphic, from things like enhanced markings on the ground for crosswalks to potentially removing some vegetation that might be creating some sightline issues, all the way up to lighting improvements or signal improvements like leading pedestrian interval. What are the things that we can do that have a cost but are a lower cost? It's not reimagining the entire system, if you will, but what are the things that we can take and going through that through a consistent process so that it's not perceived that we're just focusing on maybe one high profile event, that we're looking at all of these events through that lens. Next slide, please. There are some advantages, certainly we strongly believe that, around how we can assess that and then make a path to rapid implementation. And there are some disadvantages because we are talking about repurposing some funds for ways we had planned to use those dollars. But frankly, I think the pedestrian numbers that Ms. Criswell showed demand an action, and we're prepared to move in that direction. Next slide, please. So next steps, with your thumbs up, we're working to evaluate what projects had we thought about using this funding for. We'll flag those for you in that July STIP approval that Mr. Flower spoke to earlier, and really taking the time from this day forward to launch this program and set up the process so that we can put some actionable improvements on the ground quickly. That concludes our remarks. Karen, anything I missed?
I don't think so.
Good.
So just one quick comment. I think the earlier information about lower income areas, BIPOC community, that this is a real opportunity, given those statistics, to focus some attention in those areas, maybe enhanced attention. In light of our strategic action plans, prioritization of equity, that this feels like something that we really ought to be looking at hard. As we've discussed at almost every meeting, safety, nothing is more important than safety. I realize funding is a challenge, but I would like to see personally a program which did focus some attention on these areas and these populations that are particularly hard hit Because if they're at 2x, 3x, whatever it is of the normal experience, I would say those areas should, all other things being equal, should rise to the top. And maybe we're not as familiar with those areas as other areas that we have that are closer to where, you know, we live or something. That, I mean, it's just, who knows, but I do think that doesn't mean they're not high priorities. So, Mr. Byer.
A couple of observations. One, I appreciate the work you're doing very much so. And I'm very familiar with one of those corridors and have worked on it for probably 30 years. It's just an issue there. I mean, it's a highway that runs through the middle of a town.
Yeah.
And some of it is, you know, when you try to do the improvements like islanding, the businesses along there are absolutely opposed to creating those because they think it's going to interfere with their customers. And I think that's a tough dilemma to deal with. I just observing, I know you use the flashing red lights and flashing yellow lights. I just have a real, just observed bias towards the flashing red lights. There are a few of them in my community. I know people actually stop there and go. They don't stop necessarily with the flashing yellow lights and people don't know what they are. I do think when you put those speed limits, sort of you're going this speed, that does help. I've frankly changed my mind. I've opposed the photo radar for a long time. The reality is, I mean, the problem is law enforcement enforcing the rules there, and there just aren't enough cops. And maybe that is the way on these corridors to do it. I'll have to overcome my objections on that one, but I think that makes sense. Particularly, I know on the Powell and some of the others, 82nd, that probably makes some sense in those places particularly. But I think that makes a major improvement. But I agree, safety has to be the thing. Although I will admit, I've said often that you can't legislate stupidity. Yeah, and as much as you put those crossings, I know on the one in Springfield, most of the accidents are people running across the road between the crosswalks.
And Chair, if I may, Commissioner Byer, I think the speed feedback signs are a great tool that really wasn't prevalent 20 years ago, right? And to your point around law enforcement, they're a partner with us. And I think that's as we consider what improvements we can make, it has to be in partnership with the local community, not only law enforcement, local public works, but also the community that lives and works in those places. So yeah, how do we bring all of those tools? Because we see the impact, we see the positive impact that they can have without, you know, a $200 million upgrade of the entire facility.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say great ideas, great work, fully supportive. I wish we could put more money towards it. Again, with the theme of the day, we're going to be having this conversation with the community and the legislature as we go forward. If we want a safe, reliable transportation system, including bike ped, we're going to have to spend some money and we need to get some more. So thank you.
Thank you.
My last thought, and Commissioner Strickler, is that as is true with this DMV issue and many others, I would also say on the positive side, the work we've done with DEQ and the DLCD, particularly DEQ on incentivizing financially for some stratas economically the purchase or leasing of electric vehicles. There are more and more examples where interdepartmental and intergovernmental cooperation is going to be necessary on all of these things. I would point to the tragic accident at 26th and Powell. Powell is a state facility. 26th Avenue is a City of Portland facility. They both are relevant to assessing what's going on in that area. And that's an area like Commissioner Byer is familiar with the Springfield area. I'm familiar with that intersection. And it really does require cooperative efforts, and that will have to start, I think, more often at the budgeting level. Before we get to the fix level, we have to have a budget to use to fix problems. So I just encourage as much intergovernmental cooperation on some of these issues that we see pop up, and we've seen today pop up in 3 or 4 areas, in order to get to comprehensive solutions rather than piecemeal and uncoordinated solutions that end up having to be redone. Chris, you had a comment?
Well, I was just going to express my appreciation to the commission. When we started this effort a few years ago, or maybe about a year ago, a little over a year ago, it was clearly something new for us. As you look at the lag that is inherent in the evaluation of the data and the law enforcement response and all of those things, there's good reasons why it takes time to collect that data. And in fact, to your earlier point, Commissioner, sometimes the more severe and the more significant the incident, the longer the investigation takes. And so we see some of that. And so there really is a lot of variability in when the data comes in. And in some of the smaller jurisdictions, they have less funding for the enforcement. And so then there's a lag in those reports coming in, right? So all of these things are factors. And what our team realized is that even with all of those factors, and those delays, there's an intuitive nature for the work that we do, and we're the experts, and we think we can do more in some areas. Now, funding is always going to be a constraint, but our team has stepped into that and said, okay, even with those constraints, there is something more we can do without waiting 3 years for data to come in, and it won't be universal. It can't be universal because we don't have the funding for that. I wish we did. But as we start to look at the impact that that can have on communities, we'll know more in a couple of years just how beneficial this can be, and maybe be able to even flex more in our judgment to act on some of these sooner.
Commissioner Byer, thank you, Director.
Appreciate that. You know, one of the things I do wonder about is we try to mix modes on these, you get places like Powell or even Springfield 126. Sometimes I wonder if we're making a mistake by trying to put bicycle lanes on those very busy lanes rather than trying to, with a partnership, go to a street over and create a dedicated bicycle place to do that. I know when I was commuting by bicycle, I chose not to go on those places.
Well, and in that case, we at Powell at 26, we do have designated bikeways on Clinton, which is to the north, and Gladstone, which is to the south, and Powell. So you know, it's a point well made. So there are 3 corridors there, and you wonder whether we need 3, but we're going to get bigger. We're going to get more population. It's going to get more complicated. We're not going to wind back the clock on this. This is going to become more complicated and more significant a part of our conversations about safety. It just will. This was not nearly the issue 40 years ago that it is today. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm
You
staying.
stay on,
I'm
stay on, stay right there. So Karen is going to take us through, and you'll all remember in the last STIP that we created this program. Former Vice Chair of the Commission, Alanda Simpson, led the charge from up here, and about an innovative mobility program, and we are now going to hear a update on it.
Chair Van Brockland and commissioners, there is definitely a theme happening this morning, and I hope as we continue to talk through the different agenda items, you are seeing that theme and you're seeing how these tendrils connect as we try to focus on creating a safe, statewide, multimodal transportation system that works for Oregonians. The Innovative Mobility Program, as you noted, is the latest program that is intended to help try to stitch together some additional pieces. The primary goals for the program is to provide grants and do some directed investments that to community-based organizations, local agencies, and others. Oh, sorry, next slide. That can better help underserved groups get to where they're trying to go more safely and comfortably. The program is being delivered with an equity lens as a top priority in terms of the community members that we're focusing on supporting, and then as well as a climate lens. It's also focused on not only building capacity with CBOs to be able to effectively compete, deliver programs and meet reporting requirements, but it's also working on building our capacity and our ability to remove barriers to accessing these programs and to engaging with communities that we don't have a strong track record of engaging with for both the development of the program and the delivery of the program. Next, please. So just as a reminder for, well, two of you, is that it's funded with 10 million in flexible federal IIJA funds and 10 million in state transportation operating funds. The information and the programs will be culturally specific. We'll have technical assistance support that will help applicants as well as help them to deliver programs. And the other piece is that programs and funds can be awarded potentially to help in mitigating some of the impacts of tolling if those impacts are on people who are experiencing low wages or from BIPOC communities. Next, please. So getting to the meat. So this is our schedule. We are currently in the middle of phase 2. We are working on, we've issued an RFP. We've received results. We're in negotiations currently with a contractor who comes from the communities that we are also most wanting to connect with in building this program. That contract will be to help us to stand up the program. We're about to issue another RFP, an intermediate RFP, which would be to get folks on board to help us in providing technical assistance. So when we are releasing the guidance and the information, these would be contractors that could help those potential applicants in developing strong applications, as well as providing support throughout the process. We're also in the process of establishing a technical advisory committee that would help us and the consultants in developing that large grants program. Because we knew it was going to take us some time to develop this program, we've developed programs relatively rapidly. I'm thinking about the statewide transportation improvement fund. That was a build the plane flight at the same time situation. This is quite different because we are learning new things as we go with the communities that we're working with. We did a very robust engagement process. Next slide, please. Late last summer and last fall. We spoke with 150 organizations and individuals from a very diverse cross-section of the community. We did a survey, a short survey that was both in English and Spanish. We had a lot of virtual one-on-one meetings, small group meetings, presentations, drop-in sessions, basically going to places where people are and engaging with them in ways that work for them. Next, please. So what we heard is, and some of this I've shared with you before, that there's many barriers that are faced. Oftentimes a community-based organization finds out that there's a solicitation too late to be able to compete, or they have trouble completing the application, or they lack the staff capacity to do it. Some of the grant processes are, very rigorous, and it's hard to get to yes. We also have learned about power imbalances that are with our current project delivery methods. So while they might be efficient for ODOT, I'm going to have a grant with, this big provider who's then going to have sub-recipients. It creates a power imbalance because everything runs through that primary contractor. So it becomes a resource balancing piece. So what are we doing as a result of some of the information and the feedback that we heard? And you have a more thorough complete description in your meeting packets. But we are working with these same CEBOs and helping us to design. We are working internally with ODOT procurement to help, and how can we make our procurement processes more streamlined, more accessible. And then making sure we understand the very specific kinds of technical support that contractors need. Another area where there's a gap is you might have the community-based organizations that are working in the community, say on topics related to healthcare. But transportation and access to those services is a key barrier. So how can we partner with those CBOs to either build their capacity to deliver that kind of work, or partner with other transportation options providers or transit providers to help them to more effectively deliver those services? Next, please. So this is a brief summary of our engagement next steps. It is going to be really robust every step of the way. we've done, we finally hired, and I'm very excited about this, a program manager in late November of 2022, which is part of what's helping us to accelerate our progress now. But she's done an assessment of the engagement that we've done to date and where we have gaps and who are groups that we've missed that we still need to reach, and continuing to bring new folks into the tent, so to speak. Next, please. So with some of my program updates, you're going to hear me say no late breaking news. So in the intervening weeks since this was submitted to get into your packets, we now have awarded over 70,000 in micro grants. 5,000 is the maximum limit we can do in a grant of this sort without doing a procurement process. That the forms are relatively easy to fill out. They're very focused on the criteria that we care most about. If someone isn't quite meeting the mark on certain things, we work with them to talk about, well, how could you introduce this sort of element to it to make it the kind of project that we're looking for? We focus on trying to get to yes, as long as it's also consistent with the goals of the program. It is I will tell you, very labor intensive process to be having rolling grants for $5,000, but it is really appreciated by the organizations and community groups that we're working with. And you could see examples of some of the kinds of projects that we're doing and that we're rewarding. The other thing that it helps us do is it's a pipeline that helps us understand the potential for the kinds of large grant projects that could really make a difference in communities. So that's another real benefit of getting this program launched pretty quickly. Next, please. So we have an RFP out for van pools. One of the things that we really learned is some of the traditional van pool programs are focused on, say, the I-5 corridor between, Portland and Salem. But what we learned about is there's much broader needs, particularly in rural areas where you might have seasonal farm work, and there's a need to be able to get to different places to work, to services, et cetera. And so we are, for the first time, introducing an equity component and element to this RFP related to van pool services. So it'll be really interesting to see the kinds of applications we receive. And I've already touched on the other two, so we can skip on to the next one. And this is the last one. So I've mentioned that we're standing up the Technical Advisory Committee. We're continuing to work with procurement to the point of partnering and working with other state agencies. Some of our most promising partnerships is the work that we've been doing in the conversations we've been having with OHA. They really, through the pandemic, really got off the ground with finding ways to expedite contracting with CBOs. It was critical to the work that they were doing with communities to reach communities that were seeing more severe impacts due to the pandemic. So they're helping us to understand who has the capacity, who has the interest, and giving us introductions and opening doors to us that we wouldn't otherwise have open to us. So we are on track. While I'd love to be doing it faster and have the guidance done and have it out on the streets today, I think taking a bit more time to get it right and to make sure it's the kind of program that really works for the people that it's intended to serve merits slowing it down just a little bit. So our goal is to have that solicitation open this fall and to be getting underway for those large procurements, contracts.
So great work. This is very exciting stuff. And so keep it going. Commissioner Byer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It sounds like a great program. I guess I have two questions. On an ongoing basis, assuming we're going to continue this, which I think we should, what's the funding source? One question. And what was my second question? I forget the second question.
Well, that's the $1 million question, right? So we were able to do this in part because of the IIJA flexible funds. The state funds are transportation operating funds. So as we continue to go forward and evaluate what are the biggest needs, where do we make the most, where do our investments make the most meaningful differences to outcomes? So to our earlier conversations, safety, pedestrian, I think we would continue to potentially look, if it's a successful program, if it's getting us the outcomes we want to get to, potentially continuing to look at transportation operating funds. I know our federal flexible funds will be diminishing in all likelihood significantly in the years ahead. So I think that'll be a conversation that you all get to wrestle with another day.
I remember my second question was, how do we measure success?
Oh, my goodness, that's a good question. And this is a case where we're building the plane and operating it at the same time. And the team had started to spend quite a bit of time around, I don't have a solid, straightforward answer for you. I'll just start by saying that, Commissioner Byer. What does success look like? Are you counting widgets? You know, how many more people have bicycles at work? How many more people have helmets so they could safely ride? There's those kinds of things that you could count, but I think we still have more work to do, particularly with the large grant program, to figure out what is success and how do we want to measure that and define it.
I would suggest that, and I don't have an answer for you either. I
Yeah.
would suggest as you put your technical
Mhm.
committee together, that should be an early priority for them, is to figure out what it is we're
Yep.
trying to do and how to measure that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great program. Thanks for all the great work. And this is just an observation. I think sometimes and not to diminish your question, because I think it's a good question. Sometimes we spend more time on trying to measure something than to evaluate, is there a qualitative success component that is important, especially in the space for improving equity and improving the lived experience of communities, and how a $5,000 micro grant can impact lives and community in a qualitative way that maybe you can't measure. So
Yeah.
for $5,000, maybe we don't have to measure it.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. That's all I have.
Okay. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Karen, very much. And we're in recess and we're going downstairs for lunch, right? Is that right? Okay. So see you down there and we'll reconvene at 1. we are reconvening and we have our last presentation of the day, an important one on the Oregon Transportation Plan, which is the state's comprehensive plan for transportation, not just involving ODOT, but involving all service providers. So we have Amanda here, Amanda Peets, and I'll turn it over to her. Welcome.
Great. Thank you, Chair, members of the commission. My name is Amanda Peets. I'm the Policy Data and Analysis Division Administrator. Pleased to be here with you again this afternoon. So as the chair mentioned, talking about the Oregon Transportation Plan, the significance of the conversation today is that we have a full draft plan that's been reviewed and discussed by our advisory committee and will soon be going out for public review. So we're collecting kind of final comments prior to public review. And then obviously during the public review period, we'll collect all feedback from our stakeholders, from community partners, from the general public, and then we'll be revising the document with plans for adoption in July. Next slide, please. So what is the Oregon Transportation Plan? So I like to use this circle graph because it reminds me of one ring to rule them all. It's really one plan to rule them all. The Oregon Transportation Plan is an overarching plan for the state of Oregon for transportation. It's a plan for ODOT, but also for the state in general. So covers the work of all our partners in cities and counties, other state agencies, even to describe the things that we need to do and the ways that we need to get there. It is multimodal, so it looks at all modes of transportation, including the movement of people in the ground and in the air. It looks out to the year 2050 in general, and includes all aspects of the transportation life cycle. So including how we plan, invest, build, manage, and maintain the transportation system. It directs the work of the agency. It influences other state agency work, and local jurisdictions need to be consistent with it. So it has a broad impact across. In terms of the development process, we've been developing the plan for the last year and a half. A number of entities have been engaged in that, and well over 100 people have been engaged in that process overall. We have internal teams, which is kind of shown in the top row, in engagement with our other state agency partners. What I'll focus on for this presentation are the things that are highlighted by the dark blue boxes, which are our formal committees and work groups, as well as our public engagement process. Next slide. So first, starting with work groups. So we had over 75 individuals that represent technical expertise, city and county, members of the public at large, and others engage in topics that we felt were very important to the transportation plan. Either they were high priority emerging issues like technology and things like that, or shifting priorities towards social equity, climate, and the like. We had a policy coordinating committee, which is a very diverse group that really informed the policy development and is making recommendations to you as a transportation commission. That committee is chaired by Mr. Chair Van Brocklen here, as well as, again, members from cities, counties, regional governments, interest groups, ranging from biking and walking organizations to our trucking associations and more. Unique to this committee, for the first time, we held a solicitation process to ask members of the public to engage so that it wasn't just the usual suspects. And we have several members of the public sit on the committee and provide their perspectives as seniors, as youth community members, climate activists, or working family members. And those perspectives were invaluable. They were very engaged in the whole process and provided some really good insight of lived experiences and a really understanding of how some of the policies and things that we develop would affect real people on the ground. And that was really great for this process. And then lastly, Transportation Commission, as I mentioned, Chair Van Brocklen chaired the advisory committee. We've had a few briefings, the last of which at this commission meeting was the last meeting in January.
Yeah. Commissioner Byer.
Good process. Is the draft plan that we see, is it strongly supported by the coordinating group and the work groups? Is there any major people who disagree?
Yeah, so Commissioner Byer, I think if we flip back 2 slides, that one, yeah. We held a very diverse committee purposefully, so that there was a little bit of push and pull and tension as we're developing the policies. So did everyone love every single policy? No, but there was a great natural tension and even discussion at our last committee meeting over the topic of maintaining our roads and bridges and infrastructure, and talking about how much do we focus on kind of the roadways, how much do we focus on multimodal, and really some great discussion from all members of that committee talking about the balancing of the needs. And so yes, I feel that the latest draft is fully supported by our policy coordinating committee as a balanced document that does that and finds that right balance. Again, is every member thinking that they got exactly what they wanted to see out of that? No, but that's the nature of the balance.
Nobody does.
Thank you. For public engagement, we did 2 major rounds of engagement, one fairly early on, where we collected feedback on kind of the goals and the vision for the transportation plan, received a lot of responses there. Not only did we receive responses in English, we also translated our survey into Spanish, Chinese, Russian, and Vietnamese, and received responses for that as well. So making sure that we're really engaging all different communities and all different languages.
Amazing.
Similarly, we also translated the second round of engagement into Russian, Chinese, Vietnamese, and Spanish. In this round of engagement, we focused on the policies, the priorities, and really investments, giving a real sense of we don't have enough money to go around. It's constrained, and there has to be tough trade-offs between the types of things that we prioritize and focus on. So some of the key themes are shown there in terms of some of the feedback that we received, in terms of the importance of multimodal options, safety, and climate and emissions.
And I would just say there that, from the very beginning, one of the things I was saying in the committee was we have finite resources to do everything everybody wants to do is like at least 4x of what we've got. So if you can come up with 300% more money than we have, then we can talk about funding everything. You have to have an idea that would be politically palatable to the citizenry and could smoothly work through the legislature and governor, because that's where it would have to go. And I'm wide open on that. I mean, if you've got that idea, I'm here for you. Just talk to me. We did not receive any such idea.
Thank you, Chair. So as I mentioned, we've worked on this over the last year and a half, nearly 2 years now, through a pretty robust process. That's also included some tribal coordination along the way. As we enter into our public review period, we'll have formal tribal consultation as part of that, as those are very important partners in the process. And then you can see the 2 main periods in which we did the public engagement, as I mentioned earlier, with the latest one being just a few months ago to really inform the final draft. At the last graphic, there was a star at the end, which I think is really important. That is the star of adoption. And that's an important role for this commission to fulfill one of your primary duties as a commission, according to statute, adopting the state multimodal transportation plan. We're shooting for July for a couple of reasons. One is that the commission is also required to develop an implementation plan off of the Oregon Transportation Plan. That's a 2 to 5 year plan that says, what are we going to do? What is our agency commitment to moving things forward? So given the commission's strategic action plan, there's a great opportunity that needs to be updated, that we can merge that with the Oregon Transportation Plan implementation piece. In order to do that, that document will be due by the end of this year. We need several months to work on that and translate the transportation plan into immediate and clear actions. So that's kind of why we've identified July as the date that we're seeking adoption. Slide. So now I'll go over the draft plan and what's in there. That's in the packet. I'll mention, and it's shown here on the slide, says PCC draft February 15th. So the draft that we shared with you was the same exact document we shared with our policy coordinating committee. We did receive comments on that we're working to address, and I'll cover those as I go through the slides here. What I'll do in terms of format is go through kind of an overview of each chapter. I'll pause after 3, and then I'll tell you what the comments were from our committee and other comments that I've heard from each of you, and then take any comments or additional thoughts that you have as we go through that. So the introduction of the plan gives the general overview of what it is, why the transportation plan is important, and some of the key themes we're hearing. So those are shown here in some of the challenges. Chair Van Brockland, I think you really highlighted the third challenge up there, that lack of funding really has an impact on everything that we do. But there's a number of other key things that we're seeing. Safety was a topic this morning. We're seeing an increase in fatalities and serious injuries. Those are things that we really need to address. Our transportation assets are seeing an unprecedented state of disrepair and disinvestment, and then greenhouse gas emissions are on the rise. So those are all things that we're highlighting in this introduction in terms of setting a context for why it's important that we're addressing the things that we are. The second chapter gets a little bit more deeply into some of the key drivers of change, some of the things that we're seeing. So this plan, having a vision out to 2050, it's a pretty long time. A lot is going to happen in there. We can't predict all of it. What we've tried to do is build what I'll call a resilient plan, that in the face of many different changes, the policies can still take us to the objectives and the places that we want to get to. Now, we will update the plan again before 2050. We won't wait 10, 15 years for that, but this plan does set that clear direction and should be resilient enough to last those changes in the short term. So we see some key drivers of change of climate, population increasing, certainly in the state, densifying more in our urban areas, less in some of our rural areas, climate change in terms of increased wildfires and flooding and many different impacts, and then really looking at equity and inequities caused by the transportation system and how do we need to address that moving forward. The third really gives an inventory of our transportation system. Often it's called in plans existing conditions. It gives you a sense of what's out there, what's the quantity, what are the major issues with those things. If you look at the infographic there, and I know the numbers are kind of hard to read, but really what you see is we have a lot of transportation assets. We collectively, between Oregon Department of Transportation, cities and counties, or transit agencies, there are a lot of transportation assets out there that are in various states of repair, various states of connectivity. We know we have a disconnected biking and walking system, some critical gaps that need to be filled. So really getting at a grounding of what those issues are, what the needs on the transportation system are today and into the future. So that's my pause of the first 3 chapters. A couple comments that we received, again, from our committee, or I've heard from each of you. One is to clarify the audience of the plan. So who is this plan for? Recognizing it needs to be both informational to the public, to the legislature, to others on what it is we're doing and why, but also be used by practitioners. We want a dog-eared plan by the end of the day that people pick up, pull out their policy, able to point to it and show that we're implementing those actions. There's also interest in more strongly emphasizing challenges of the transportation system. First and foremost, been mentioned twice now, funding, and how that affects the system today and our ability to address things in the future. There is a significant funding gap, as Chair Van Brockland mentioned. So when we develop our funding scenarios, it is a 4 times increase in funding to meet the needs and achieve the goals of the Oregon Transportation Plan. So that's a really hard thing to do. So what we've tried to do as we get into the policy section is balance that by being more realistic about what we think we can achieve, recognizing that we need more funding. And then a little bit more interest in addressing climate and equity more upfront. So I'll pause there to see if there's any other comments, thoughts, or reflection on the first 3.
I don't think there's any right now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, chapter 4, now the exciting stuff, vision and values. So this is the vision statement in the transportation plan in terms of connecting people and goods to places in the most climate friendly, equitable, and safe ways. While advancing mobility, safety, sustainability, climate action, economic vitality and livability, and stewardship of public resources. So we kind of headlined with 3 main things: climate, equity, and safety. But recognizing, to Commissioner Byers' question earlier, it is a balance across a number of different things. And then that statement kind of leads into what we think we can achieve. The policy framework is a new section to our statewide plans, something we don't traditionally have. It's our way of being able to summarize policies. We have several pages of policies in the plan. It's fairly detailed. We're purposeful in having so many policies in the Oregon Transportation Plan because we want our mode and topic plans that amend that to carry fewer policies and have these bigger overarching ones. The policy framework then really solidifies on what are the key things that we need to be doing. We need to save lives, we need to center equity, we need to reduce emissions, and so on down that list. And then it talks about how policies and strategies work together. So for example, we need to save lives. So that will take precedence sometimes over reducing emissions. So if we have to add a turn lane because it reduces fatalities or serious injuries, that's going to be the priority because we need to save lives. So there's things like that it really works out and works through. And then lastly, for this grouping, our list of policies, strategies, and actions follow within these categories here. We have, again, those policies and strategies. We also have up front in the chapter these big ideas where it talks about things that we need to do. So as we think about something like stewardship, securing sustainable and reliable funding is key. Also delivering results. We're accountable as public agencies, as entities, to do that. And then pausing here again at this chapter, couple things I'll mention. One, we are adding some policies in around how we support housing and homelessness into the document, really taking along the direction and leadership of Governor Kotek to do that. So that's a new component we'll be adding into this section. Otherwise, this is probably where we spent the majority of our time with our advisory committees and with our work groups. So they felt fairly comfortable with things. The one thing they did mention is really acknowledging opportunities to leverage, particularly from a funding perspective, and emphasizing some of the co-benefits of strategies.
Questions, comments? Commissioner Buck?
Amanda's last comment there, trying to figure out. Yes, I get the housing. I'm not exactly sure. I'm trying to figure out the homeless piece connection. Is that
the director's got a photograph he showed me that he can show you after the meeting that will get your attention
transportation
on the connection to transportation of homelessness.
The implication of the right of way and the impact and the safety issue.
And this is something I would say that I've heard a lot from the business community on is just the condition of the public, just the public real estate involved in transportation is being used by the homeless, used in a way that is challenging to the image of the city, image of the state.
So a couple things that I think the policies will address. So one is make sure that people have affordable transportation options, biking and walking, to housing and to work. The second is in areas where there are encampments, making sure that as those encampments need to be cleared for safety reasons, that we're doing that in a way where we're partnering with social service agencies to try to connect people to housing and reentry to some of those society pieces. So that's kind of the connection there.
Yeah, and I just want to say on that, when I say image of the city and the state, or a city and the state, that's not to be insensitive to the the problem of homelessness, which is related to a number of things: poverty, addiction, mental health, a range of things. So it's a serious problem, far more important to address than image probably, but I just saying the connectivity there is that real estate is being used in a way it's difficult. We're kind of working around it as a community because it's dangerous, and it's just the physical kind of manifestations of homelessness are challenging, because shouldn't be living in those situations at all.
Yeah,
Commissioner Smith.
I would just add to that. I agree with you 100%. It's safety. It's safety for the traveling public. It's also safety for the folks who find themselves on the side of a road. So we need to be part of
And
the
there's the
solution.
interrelationship of the inhabitants, which has been described to me, where they're setting up, trying to get a safe area, and then they do things in order to build a perimeter around where they are that are not safe. They're not safe for them. They're not safe for anybody else around them. Well, I won't go into the details, but it's not stuff that anybody would want. And we have to address that in a way that's humane.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could, I think what we're tasked with doing, not just as an agency, but as an enterprise across all of state government, is look within ourselves and see what opportunities for assistance might exist and where we can play our part. And sometimes that will be a 5% contribution on our part because we're just not the right tool for any portion of the remedy. But other times it'll be much greater. Available right-of-way, for example, is one that we're looking heavily into. We have a lot of right-of-way across the state, one of the largest landowners in the state, and we don't use it all. And so is there an opportunity there to provide a safer place? Not to mention pairing it with the services and other things that Amanda's describing, maybe showing up differently when we go to have some of those conversations.
We do have a number of pieces of land that is left that we bought for transportation project.
Correct.
Public agencies are good at buying things. They're not so good at disposing of things.
That's right.
Next slide.
Please continue.
All right, final chapter of the plan. So this is where we try to bring it home. So we've set the context for the what, the why. We talked about the how. This is really rubber meeting the road in terms of kind of implementation. So we need to talk more. We talk in this section about roles and responsibilities. What does ODOT as a state agency do? Cities, counties, other partners. How do we work together to make sure we're moving in the same direction towards achieving those objectives? Also, we've done a fair amount of analysis on scenarios and investments, looking at the different mix of investments and the trade-offs associated with that. And really what we try to identify as part of this process is while there are trade-offs certainly between the types of investments that you can make, there is a mutual benefit that you can achieve. You can achieve safety and climate emission reductions and state of good repair. So there's multiple ways that you can elevate those outcome areas to have many different benefits. And then we have a section on implementation actions that kind of highlights the top 10 things or themes in the plan, as well as performance measures, and a little bit on performance measures is shown on this slide, where we include the types of things that we'll track that we know are important policies in the plan and the directionality of those. We'll refine some of that directionality as we develop the implementation plan that can have some more specific targets in it. So in terms of comments on that chapter, emphasizing all entities who need to take action to realize the OTP, so roles and responsibilities, make sure those are really strong and clear. The need for cross-sector coordination. I think there's many themes in agenda topics you talked about today, which is really cross-sector coordination, not just in transportation, but land use, intersects, and more. And then investment scenarios are one thing that we haven't added that we will show in this plan that will really articulate where do we focus with the existing funding that we have today. What is the good, the bad, and the ugly of that? And it's mostly ugly as we're talking about our existing funding today. And then really showing that we need that 4 times need. But we have intermediate range in there to say if we got additional funding, how would we focus that to really benefit those multiple objectives and help to realize the vision of this plan. Okay, let's go ahead.
Yeah, Commissioner Byer.
I've been thinking this through. It seems like our primary investment document is the STIP. So really, this should be the guiding document for the STIP, the next one.
Yeah, so Commissioner Byer, absolutely. I think that's what we're really trying to do. So we modeled over 4,000 scenarios, looking at different funding mixes to try to find those optimized ones in a way that I think can help inform the long range thinking and the long range strategies towards investment, but also short range. And that's really where we need to translate the plan to be effective is in our 3-year STIP and making those decisions. So we're working with staff that will bring the STIP discussion to you next time, as we talked about scenarios that you all considered previously for the STIP, and we'll be incorporating this work directly into that to have that really key tie.
And I would just add that when you're talking about the OTP, the way I think of it is you're talking about the OTP and the implementing plan, which is the SAP. That makes up to me, that makes up the policy and vision document. And then the STIP is a primary implementing action piece. Specific projects, specific programs.
Yeah, so Chair, I think the way in which we implement the Oregon Transportation Plan is multifaceted. The most direct way that we'll identify actions is through the Strategic Action Plan, but also through the statewide transportation improvement plan as we make our program, as we make our investments, even through the way in which we have our maintenance policies and the work that we do. So it has many facets of implementation. Okay, next slide. So just moving along to kind of what to expect next, we'll be doing our public review process. Slide. And so we'll open the public comment period here in a couple weeks. That will be open until the middle of May, which time we'll close it. During that time, we'll have a public hearing. That's something that the commission delegated to the department. So we'll have people sign up for that. We'll keep a full record and log of that. All those comments will go to you in our final adoption packet in July. We'll be meeting with our policy coordinating committee one more time to share all the comments and themes that we received. And we really want this as a check-in phase to make sure that the staff approach to addressing the public comments is fair and balanced. So we'll get those perspectives and kind of have that publicly vetted.
Mr. Byer.
What's the role of the MPOs and the ACTs in this process?
Yeah, thanks for asking that question, Commissioner Byer. We have very key partners as we go out and do the public review period. So what's not listed here are those partners. One is the Area Commissions on Transportation. We've offered presentations to each of them through our major public review steps that I mentioned earlier, but certainly during the formal public review process, as well as our metropolitan planning organizations. We'll go and we'll present to their policy committees. That's often what we will do, and engage in conversations with them, as well as doing the tribal consultation, as I mentioned earlier. And then for cities and counties, we kind of do presentations as requested. We'll have an online open house in which we'll collect comments online. And then we'll have a webinar that will advertise pretty broadly and widely for all entities that maybe can't participate in those other events to come hear about the plan and engage in a conversation with us.
It seems like you should have more of a formal involvement of the ACTs and the MPOs specifically in terms of getting input back from them, because they are sort of a ground up process. And
sure, we'd be happy to look for ways to formalize that a little bit more. I'll just say we've invited the area commissions to engage previously, and only I think a few have taken us up on that. There's a lot of other topics they're dealing with.
it sort of begs the question of, if they're not involved, why do we have them? I mean, they're an ODOT creature.
Mr. Chair.
Well, I think I'm just in response to that. I think that one thing the acts have been feeling is since the passage of 2017 and the listing of projects that they feel they have less influence in the determination of in their area what we might prioritize. So that's an ongoing challenge for us to try and identify other ways in which they can be involved. And a number of acts or members of acts want to go back to what they were doing before because they liked what they were doing before, which was telling, here, these are the projects, put them in the STIP. And that's not, it doesn't work quite like that anymore. So I think that is an issue. Sharon, did you have a comment?
Just along the lines of, public review and making sure that we get every component that we need. You said this policy document will also drive day-to-day maintenance and operations. And I know staff has spent a lot of time putting this together. Have you gotten to folks on the ground in maintenance and operations and asked for their input? Is that part of the outreach?
Apparently I was very upset at that question.
Apparently.
Sorry.
We don't want to hear that.
Hold that. So Commissioner Smith, yes. So in the slides early on where I showed the different groups that we engaged with, one is called a planning coordination team, and that includes ODOT staff. And so we get folks from all different levels of the organization, all different sectors of the organization to participate, engage in those conversations and make sure that the policies can work on the ground.
Right.
Because if we don't write them correctly in the first place, then we can't implement them.
You heard about it.
I'll also mention, Commissioner Byron, I neglected to say that on our policy coordinating committee, we had 3 members that represented area commissions on transportation and at least 2 members that represented metropolitan planning organizations as well. So we were purposeful in getting them their representation, recognizing the value that they can add to those conversations on that. Now, does that mean that we've been able to connect with every single metropolitan planning organization or every single area commission on transportation? Not yet, but we'll certainly work to follow through on that during outreach.
Other
Okay,
questions for Amanda at this point? What is the deadline for us to comment into you to get for consideration of our comments? I know you're going to give me a date.
Yesterday.
It's like 4:30. Just curious whether there is such a deadline or opportunity at this stage, or whether we're going to be dealing with this at the next stage, which you really don't want.
Yes. So thank you, Chair Van Brockman. I think that the opportunity is upon us to make any comments on how we need to modify the plan. So we don't want to make substantial changes after public review that do not reflect comments that we heard during that time period. Otherwise, I think that would trigger another public review process just to make sure that we're being very transparent with the plan development. So after, individual conversations with you commissioners, the conversation today, we certainly have some edits planned to the existing document. If there's anything else upon reflection by close of business tomorrow would be fantastic so that we can meet our deadlines.
Okay. And if we took till Monday, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Sunday?
Of course, Chair. I'd be happy to accommodate that request.
Okay.
You can always comment as a citizen.
Sometimes it feels like we've relinquished that title, but I guess we still are. I'll try for tomorrow, but it might be Monday. Let's set Monday as a final hard deadline.
Monday, what
But
time?
Friday,
Monday, what time?
but tomorrow would be better, noon. I mean, it'd give you the weekend. How about noon Monday as a hard deadline, but tomorrow at 5 is a soft deadline?
But you've been setting, sharing the policy. You've had lots of opportunities.
That's true, but I haven't sent her anything in writing though. But I would say here's one, I think we should keep the comments to things that really matter rather than wordsmithing. I think it ought to be something that we really, okay, there may be occasions where wordsmithing is deferring to my left to a fellow member of the Bar of Oregon, State Bar Association. I think the goal is to get something out there that we feel pretty comfortable with. That doesn't mean there wouldn't be changes later, but I think you've been saying you want to get an 80% document
Yeah,
out
that's
there.
exactly what I was going to say, Chair, is we're trying to get to about an 80% draft to share with the public. We don't want it so finalized that we're not willing to make changes. That's the whole point of public review. So as long as we haven't missed any major issues, which I haven't necessarily heard in these conversations, I think, again, reflecting that there's some more opportunities to emphasize kind of the realities of funding, the realities of the system that we have today, while still trying to maintain and find that balance between making the plan aspirational. So we'll continue to work on that. I can see certainly some grammar changes, some clarifications that staff will notice certainly, and we certainly welcome from commissioners throughout the process. But if there's anything major that you feel that you haven't communicated, please let us know by Friday. And we'd be happy to incorporate that into the draft.
By Friday, ideally. So the other reason I mentioned this is because, and I haven't said this today, and I should have said this at 9 o'clock this morning, Commissioner Brown is not with us today, Vice Chair. So she's already 3 hours ahead. So she's in DC this week. So I think saying tomorrow, it might be a little tight on her being on the road. So I want to give her the weekend.
Sure.
As well as those of us who are here. So, but I'm going to try and get mine done tomorrow.
Great.
Any other questions? The schedule for it going out then is
2
roughly
weeks.
2 weeks from now.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you so
Michael's
much.
back there going, yes, yes, yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Amanda. I hope we didn't end on a low note. Anything else? Members of the commission, anything else? Any other business before us? Anything you'd like to say? Okay. Director? We're good? Okay, we finished a little early, miraculously. So thanks, everyone. Good job to get us to early, Amanda.
Now you have a few extra minutes to get your comments in, apparently.
I have to go now. I have to write some things. Bye.
I don't see your red pen though.
I have to go get it.